Calling to order the June 29th, 2022 Growth Management Commission. Can I get a roll call?
Chair Wiggins.
Here.
Vice Chair Preston. Here. Commissioner Borders.
Here.
Commissioner Eswine.
Here.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Here.
Commissioner Lloyd. Here. Commissioner Perry.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Chair or Commissioner Borders, could you please lead us in that?
Right, sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of the Growth Management Commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. Is there any public comment at this time? There's a sign in there, Denny.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Chair, Commissioners. Observation, there's two sets for the charging outside with allow for 4-hour parking. And I'm wondering, since our tax base is so fragile related on gaming and cigarette use and different things, that we might add to the considerations as far as your part and your planning. It may consider locations on parks and different locations to put charging centers. And if you do, well, I'll be a little discouraged because I think that should be private industrial type consideration. But the deal is that as long as we've got them, and if they're on city property, it seems to me that there's nobody monitoring that 4-hour use right now. And my thing is there a way to tax a person if they exceed a certain amount of time that they're on, or to tax for the time use of the charger? Just some way to gather more money. I know it seems a little ridiculous and maybe outside the box, but if in fact you're considering putting charging posts on different properties of the city, there's got to be some way then not only to have to monitor the time that a person's staying there, but perhaps set up something that a person doesn't just vacate the car and leave the whole area. I mean, I don't know where the people have gone that have left their cars there, and I'm going, well, there's no way to monitor that, and none of us keeping track. And so it's just a consideration. Also, I'm really concerned about Empire Cemetery. The growth around it is their business. It's their property. Unfortunately, you can't stop that from happening. But I do feel, and I wasn't going to necessarily put this out there, but I don't think a lot of you are going to be able to get out there, but I think that some of the grading had actually stepped on the actual property related and considered part of the cemetery. And it's done. It can't be undone, but it's unfortunate. And the new fencing around it is dated, and I would suggest that it's fairly modern and historical, and that the actual property has been stepped on by other properties. And surveys that I have seen would suggest it just in my map looking, but going out there physically and walking that cemetery, it looks like it's had a bite taken out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, moving on to approval of the minutes from September 29th, 2021.
Chair, I'll move the acceptance of the minutes of September 29th, 2021, as presented.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Perry was absent from that meeting.
I was.
Yes? So we need somebody else to second.
Oh, that's true.
Second.
Commissioner Lloyd seconds. No, it's on there. Yeah. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
2 abstentions.
Oh, okay.
Well, this was September 29th, 2021. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So we're talking about the last meeting. Okay.
How
That
many
was the last meeting of the
abstentions
growth management.
Two abstentions.
from the September meeting?
From the September meeting, Paul Eswine and Commissioner Perry. Commissioner
Thank you.
Eswine and Perry. Okay, moving on to meeting items.
Catch.
Item 6A for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for a resolution establishing the maximum number of residential building permit allocations under Chapter 18.12, the Growth Management Ordinance of the Carson City Municipal Code for the years 2023 and 2024. This is estimating the maximum number of residential building permits for the years 2025 and 2026, establishing the maximum number of building permit allocations within the development and general property owner categories, establishing a maximum average daily water usage for commercial and industrial building permits as a threshold for the Growth Management Commission review, and identifying criteria to apply when making decisions regarding commercial and industrial projects seeking to exceed the threshold. Hope.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Perry's favorite meeting, when we do get to do the annual growth management. This has actually become a really good meeting and a lot of good information. I feel like I'm the warm-up act because last year you had Eddie Quaglieri and Andy Hummel, and they were so informative, and I've asked them to come back tonight and talk to you about the water system and the wastewater system and the status of those systems. So they're not joining me at the table quite yet, but I'll be somewhat brief. I'm going to give an overview on residential land development in Carson City to give you sort of a snapshot of what's happening right now. Then I'll go into the staff report, and then I'll be turning it over to them to talk to you about the utilities. So what is going on? There's a lot of development right now, and the PowerPoint's not working. Let me see. Let me hit escape. Yeah, what this would be. Hold on.
Sometimes it gets frozen,
Maybe because we toggled it.
probably.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have over 200 housing starts so far this calendar year. We're only 5 months into the year. Last year, we had a total of 204. So things were going like gangbusters. I suspect they're going to slow down. And as we've talked about at various meetings, the issues aren't mysterious. There's a lack of labor. There's lack of supplies. What you'll see later when we look at the charts is Little Lane Apartments. You reviewed that project. I think that's 100 and I want to say 140 units. I may be wrong on that. I'm sorry, it's 120 units. So they've come on board. So that's why our number's big, is they have pulled their permits to do the construction over there. I was expecting 2022 to see about 200 housing starts. I think we'll probably be more around 300 housing starts. I think we'll see things slowing down as we continue through 2022. So where is the housing under construction? It's everywhere. It's up north, it's down south, it's everywhere. We don't have anything going on really far east, but you'll remember the Plateau development. That is actually moving. That was the one really far out near the Lyon County line, and there were some rezonings there. But otherwise, it's staying in the core and it's infill development. Arbor Villas, this was approved back in 2016. Commissioner Borders, were you on the board then? Yeah, so it was probably you and I had just started then. And this was one of my first projects. So they're still doing the construction at Arbor Villas on Lil Lane. Those are attached. Ryder Homes is going vertical over at Lampa. So this commission spent a lot of time on the Lampa specific plan and the different tentative maps. And if you've had a chance to go out there, the homes are going up. Emerson Cottages, they have their foundations in, so we didn't include the picture, but because they're starting to go vertical, but they've gotten to the point of foundations. This is up north, just south of the freeway interchange with where Roop, it's actually Emerson at this point. Roop turns into Emerson. Jackson Village was approved prior to my tenure. It was approved in 2015. They're just finishing up. This is 41 lots behind JCPenney. Lil Lane Village, this one went fast. You approved this, you gave them a variance on the height, remember? And you see the picture at the bottom of the slide. So they have recorded their first phase and they're going vertical. And I bet they have over 20 houses there by now. And they're coming in with their second phase of the final map. Schultz Ranch got approved back in 2005, but I feel like it was about 100 lots per phase for a total of about 400 lots, and then Phase 5 came on more recently. So Phase 4, they're still building out there, and that's 101 lots. Phase 5 is what I mentioned. That was a wrong approval date. I need to update that. That was approved fairly recently. I'm going to say in the last 2 years that was approved because it was originally approved in 2019, then they didn't pursue it, and it expired. And so that came back. And that's 29 lots, and they're going vertical. The lower picture is a photograph of a house that exists there right now. Silver Oak, still going steady, approved back in 2019. So we have Phase 23B, Phase 24. So they've got a ways to go, and they just keep going. Silverview Townhomes, you may remember this at the corner of Clearview and Silver Sage Drive. So this was townhomes that's behind Southwest Gas, and they have gone vertical. The lower picture is a photograph of the site, and this is an attached product. We also have a lot of sites in town where the site work is under construction in anticipation of building houses. So again, we're looking at infill development. Anderson Ranch. We all know Anderson Ranch on the west side between Ormsby and Mountain Street. They are doing their site work, and they are in with a final map so that they can start going vertical. The final map will likely go to board in August. Clearview Ridge, that was approved back in 2006. So this one took a little while to get off the ground, but they've been doing their site work and keeping their maps alive over there. We haven't seen any activity in terms of going vertical. Lil Lane Apartments is what I mentioned, 140 units. And so I was right, it is 140. So they did get their building permits, and this was just approved April 28, 2021. It had an approval, then they had some modifications and came back to you, and I believe there was a special use permit on the height with this one. Lampa Apartments, Ryder is, in addition to doing the single-family homes, they're going to do an apartment complex. That was not subject to review by the Planning Commission because the zoning's multifamily. Silvercrest Condominiums, you saw this at the corner of Oak and Roland. They're doing site work right now in preparation of going to go vertical, and I think if their final map's not in, it's coming in very soon. And that's sort of a snapshot of the residential development. We do have other projects that are ready to release. For example, Brown Street Apartments. I think this commission saw that permit's ready to be picked up and hasn't been picked up yet. We also didn't include Fish because it's a little bit different product, but that clearly is under construction as well. In terms of growth management, I'll give you the punchline first. The proposal is 750 residential allocations in 2023, and that the commercial and industrial thresholds remain at 15,000 gallons per day. Actually, I'll go back there. The Municipal Code 18.12 is the city's growth management ordinance. We don't work out of 1812 that much. Actually, we do daily because we watch our residential housing starts, but the Growth Management Commission does not meet that frequently. That ordinance was created in the late 1970s in response to a moratorium by the state Division of Water Resources on new subdivisions in Carson City due to the wastewater and water capacity issues. Thus, having Eddie and Andy present on wastewater and water to you. So annually, we review the city's services and facilities, and we determine how many housing allocations to allow in the calendar year, and what should be the water use threshold where commercial or industrial building permit needs review and approval by the Growth Management Commission. For the report this year, we've solicited and received comments from our Public Works Department, the Sheriff's Office, Fire Department, Health and Human Services, Parks and Rec Department, and School District. No one has suggested limiting residential growth to the less than the 3% that's traditionally allowed. Public Works is okay with the 15,000 gallons per day average threshold, but will continue to analyze water usage data for commercial and industrial properties to determine if adjustments are needed. It's been really difficult for them because between COVID and things like that and not having workforce, you just don't have a typical operation right now. So they need a little more time to analyze that information. And Dan Stuckey's here as well if you have questions on that. So the job today is, as the chair outlined, to establish the number of residential allocations for calendar year 23 and 24, and to provide an estimate for 25 and 26. Secondly, to determine the distribution between the general property owner and the developer category, which is traditionally a 43-57% split, and to establish the maximum average daily water usage for commercial and industrial building permits as a threshold. So why would we stay at this 3% growth and at the 15,000 gallons per day threshold? And I say that because I anticipate Commissioner Borders asking that question. And it's a good question. And the question comes up pretty much every year. Like, just because we've always done it this way, why should we keep doing it this way? One, there's not a downside. And we're going to look at some charts that show that as of late, and I suspect given the climate we're in right now, it will continue. We're not even hitting our maximums. The pacing item is workforce and supply, the supply chain issues. So there's really not a downside. More importantly, we have the capacity. So what we do every year is we look at our capacity. What do we have in terms of facilities and services? And based on that, how much growth can we accommodate? And when you read the memos, you'll see we can accommodate the 3% population growth. And next, I think if we change our course, we're sending a message that we're discouraging development. And that's not really our objective. Our objective is to understand how much development can we absorb, what is the status of our systems, and based on that status and what our experts in water and wastewater are telling us, as well as the other agencies, fire, parks, sheriff's office, what is the responsible thing to do when we consider how many housing starts and what should be the threshold. So with all those inputs, I am recommending we stay at the 3% population growth. A really interesting thing this year, for the first time, we're able to use the 2020 census data. The 2010 census had a household size of 2.54 people per household. It reduced to 2.32 people per household. So what that means is you can have more houses to accommodate that 3% population growth than because we have fewer people per household. So when I ran the numbers and came up with 750 houses, I was like, wow, that's a lot. But it's because we take the entire city and assign a population of 2.32 people per household. So because we're using the census number, that's been the formula that's been applied, and I'm staying consistent with that formula. Traditionally, and I say this because I know Supervisor Borders will say, well, why do we do that? But traditionally, there's certain charts that are included in the growth management report, and I've continued to include those charts. So we're going to go through those charts. The growth management residential allocation history. What you can see here is the development hasn't been using up the allocation since 2008. 2019, you see a spike, but that's a little misleading because we knew Carson Hills was going to eat up over 300 building permits. So we asked them to pull all their permits in 2019 so we could clear the decks in 2020 and we wouldn't be eating into the allocations in 2020. So you see that spike, but we really have been far below the number of allocations. I think this graph's really interesting. This is the general versus developer category. So as you may recall, for the developer category, it means you're building more than 31 units in the first quarter. Well, the first quarter is January, February, March. So I look at this, I'm like, wow, since 2018, no one signed up for the developer category. I find that interesting. And I think it's because in January, February, March, they're not building more than 31 units. So they're keeping themselves in the general category. Part of it is they're not carrying inventory. And so we're not seeing what we were seeing in the 80s where folks were carrying a lot of inventory if they were mass builders. Our folks are pacing themselves. And part of it is learning from the past, part of it's labor, and part of it is supplies. Also, I look at that spike in 2018, and it took me a minute. I said, wait a second, why is that so high? That's because everyone's using the general category, and everything, all the allocations go into a single bucket. So that's why we can see, it's like, whoa, the generals went really high, but it's because everything became a general. And that's kind of what we're seeing in the last 5 years. That said, for consistency's sake, and because I don't see a downside and it allows us to keep up with this trend analysis, I am suggesting that we continue to have the two categories with the 57-43% split. When we look at the allocations by type, you can see that orange is the multifamily. We've seen 2018, that was Carson Hills Apartments. 2022, year to date, we have the Little Lane Apartments. So you can see when there are apartments, it tends to be a pretty big complex, not a fourplex or something. We're predominantly single-family detached, although the attached products are really having a presence. That's the purple that you see. So I think this is interesting in terms of helping us understand the distribution of type of housing we have. The residential units per capacity model, and Dan Stuckey's here, and he with Lee Plemmel spearheaded this effort, and it's just really a valuable effort. What they did was they looked at the master plan designations, the zoning designations, the existing land uses, and determined based on all those sort of policy level things, I'll call zoning and master plan designations, what could be the build out in Carson City. And this year they came up with 32,926 dwelling units. And what do we have existing? They came up with 24,361 dwelling units. So you can see the delta on this chart. And this is something we'll continue to look at. Now, the interesting thing on this capacity model is a year ago when we did the model, we were using the 2010 census people per household, 2.54. This year with the model, we're assigning the 2020 people per household of 2.32. So our dwelling units there's more availability at build out. Or actually, I'm sorry, we look at the build-out numbers, and then we translate that to population, and we end up at about 76,000. We've always included median sale prices and houses sold. They don't have a direct correlation to growth management, but it's an interesting statistic that the assessor's office tracks. So year to date, 2022, or I should say May 31st, 2022, we were looking at a median house price for single-family detached of $495,000. In calendar year 21, 814 single-family homes sold, 116 condos or townhomes, and 51 manufactured homes. So we had nearly 1,000 units sold in calendar year 2021. Year-to-date 22, or through May 22, 360 single-family homes sold and 52 condos, which I thought was really interesting because we kept hearing about the lack of inventory, but that's still a pretty big number. I think it's going to be interesting to see how things go going forward. And before I turn it over to Eddie and Andy, I want to just share with you the state demographer's information. So the state demographer has provided a 5-year projection. based on July 1, 2021, the demographer believes the population in Carson City is 57,073. The demographer is projecting a growth of 0.6 and 0.5. That's a really slow growth. And I think that's interesting. So I did want to share that information with you. It doesn't speak directly to growth management because, again, we're looking at our public facilities and public services and seeing what those facilities and services can absorb when we look at residential housing starts or allocations and when we look at commercial and industrial thresholds. But I just think it's a nice opportunity to look at growth in general from other sources and what they think will happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eddie and Andy, and then I'll come back and we'll have a conversation. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Andy Hummel, Wastewater Utility Manager for Carson City. And with me here today, Eddie Quaglieri, the Water Utility Manager. And we're here to present an update of water, wastewater capacity in Carson City, and then also a little overview of what we've got going on in our respective utilities, just kind of some background, things like that, projects, planning efforts, that type of stuff. Wanted to start with the wastewater system overview, starting on the wastewater side, even though it all begins with the domestic water side, but that's what I get for letting Eddie format the presentation. So, kind of a rough overview of how our wastewater system works. Starts with our customers up there in the upper left, kind of where Eddie's process ends, in the houses and businesses. People use the water, and then anything that gets flushed down the toilets, drains, showers, things like that, all comes to my side. Comes through our roughly 320 miles of collection system pipeline, and then our 5 sewage lift stations in lower areas of town. To get it to our treatment plant, we have one treatment facility here in Carson City, the Water Resource Recovery Facility, or WRF, as we call it on 5th Street, where we currently treat about 5 million gallons of sewage every day. That water gets treated, and then we reuse it within the community. We have about a 24 miles of reuse system pipeline through town that connects us to 3 golf courses, the Eagle Valley, Silver Oak, and Empire Ranch. And then also the state of Nevada Prison Farm is our largest user for their agricultural operations down there. They use the water during the summer months, so we have to store it during the winter. We have a storage reservoir, Brunswick Reservoir. So that shows it kind of going 2 different directions out of the plant there. But in the winter, it goes to the storage reservoir. And then in the summer, we pump directly from the plant, goes to those reuse sites, as well as a couple of sites are taking their water directly from the reservoir all summer. From a treatment capacity standpoint, what we report on every year, the numbers we send to Hope for use in this process. As I said, we're currently treating about 5 million gallons every day. That number is influenced by growth slowly going up. Moisture, basically if we're in a drought or wet years, you can see on that chart, 2017, that was our last really wet year. And then in 2019 was a wetter year. We saw higher flow rates into the plant, but we've been holding pretty steady the last couple of years, right at or just below 5 million gallons a day. Water rates, back in the 2013-ish, 2012 era, when we went to water metering, indoor water usage dropped as well then, basically people being more conservative, more aware of their water use, which then directly impacts what we see on the wastewater side. The wharf itself is permitted for 6.9 million gallons a day, so that's what when we're looking at what capacity we still have left, that's what we're looking at. That's shown in the green line on the chart there. We kind of see the flows over the last 10-plus years generally trending upwards at just under 1%. Once we hit about 85% of flow, that's represented by that yellow line on the chart at about 5.9 million gallons a day. That's when we need to start planning for what the next level is going to be at the plant, whether we construct to meet build out, go to another increment of flow, or what that plan is going to look like. We'll need to look at flow needs, what our strengths are looking like at that time, how are we going to pay for it, that type of stuff. So that's the one trigger that's in our permit with NDEP is that 85% permitted flow rate. And then the other thing that could drive that facility planning and upgrade process would be if we were to see stricter permit limits from NDEP, if they wanted us to reduce nitrogen or phosphorus, something like that, the typical compounds that we're seeing that we track in our wastewater stream and our reuse stream. The other side of it, in order to get it to the plant, we have a collection system out in the city, all the underground pipes. We do master planning on that to make sure that we're keeping ahead of any deficiencies that we might see capacity-wise that could affect service to an area. We did a major update of that collection system master plan in 2017. The technology side, computers, modeling capabilities had advanced to the point where we're able to look essentially on a parcel-by-parcel basis in that model and be able to compute that and input, what type of zoning it is, look at the water usage by land use type, whether it's residential, commercial type of business, that type of stuff. So we were able to input all the city's land use data, our pipeline info, things like that, the slopes and sizes of the pipes, that type of stuff. And then in 2021, we did a smaller update of that model, basically incorporated any land use changes that had happened since the 2017 effort. We had a couple of our lift stations that we had rehabilitated and replaced pumps, which improved or increased the flow rate, the peak flow rate out of those stations. So wanted to capture that to make sure that was not going to overload a pipe. And then also captured any sewer system improvements, whether they were developer-driven or pipes that the city had went and replaced. And then out of this effort, this figure on the page here, one of the products out of it, we identify, or a consultant identified any CIPs, capital improvement projects that needed to be looked at for existing and future condition deficiencies, both pipes that might be looking a little small today or in the future at build out. From the asset management, taking care of all these pipes and the treatment plant, stuff like that, and then planning project side. This last year, we kind of took a detour from how historically we have done our pipeline assessment, since all the pipes are underground and pretty small. Most of the bulk of our system is all 8-inch pipe. In order to see what the condition of that pipe is, you basically have to send in a little robot camera with a cable attached to it, run it down the pipe. It's a fairly time-intensive process. In a shift, they might get up roughly a half mile of pipeline assessed. It's something that we've actually used contractors over the last 5 years or so to get about 10% of the city every year. Some new technology has come out in the last 5-6 years that does this on a much quicker basis, tells us a little less. It's not nearly the detailed picture, but it tells us the lines that we need to go pay attention to first, so we can prioritize which ones actually need to go be cleaned and videoed. So that's that SLRAT sewer line rapid assessment tool image there. It's basically uses sound. So one of those units is a speaker. The next one downstream is a microphone. Emits a series of tones and depending on what the microphone picks up, it can determine basically how blocked it is relative to what other pipes are. So they're able to rank those, whether they're in good shape, no real blockage. That's on that image there. We were able to do 50% of the city in about 6 weeks. So they're able to move about 10 times faster than what we would do with the camera. So everything in green was what was found to be good. Don't need to worry about it at this time. The yellow was anything that we needed to probably go take a look at. Fair condition, about 7% of the city was that. About 90% of the city was good, which we were really happy to see. And then about 3% of what they looked at was in some level of blocked. And those lines, as they were finding them, our crews were able to go out and clear those and take care of them before they did become a problem. But in many cases, they're lines that, unless they had overflowed or we had a customer call in that everything was backed up, you wouldn't know it till then, just the sheer size and the manpower we have. So we're excited about that and looking forward to continuing that in the future. And then those lines that they do go, basically that 10% that's either blocked some level or in fair condition, that's lines that then our crews will focus on and go clean and video inspect those so that they get that condition assessment data into the system and know, was it just dirty or was there a root or a breakage that needs to be taken care of. Another project we're working on at the treatment plant, electrical upgrades. This one, as Tope has mentioned earlier, with supply chain issues, things like that, anything electrical is taking a long time to get. We were hoping to have that project done by now, and we're looking at starting it in August finally. So it's taken a long time to procure the motor controls and things like that, some of those old parts that you just can't get components to repair them anymore. So we're excited to get that done. Mentioned lift station upgrades that we incorporated into the model effort. There's two images on the bottom there. The one lift station that we did rebuild, our Riverview lift station, was traditionally a wet well, dry well type system. So all the sewage flowed into a big manhole basically, and then the pumps run another vault next to it underground and would suck the sewage out of that and pump it out. Those are traditionally hard to maintain, built back in a time when confined space wasn't really a thought. Just climb down the ladder and take care of it. And today they have to be harnessed up for safety and got to watch air conditions, things like that. So it's difficult to maintain them. So we converted that one to a submersible lift station. So nobody really needs to get down in there anymore. If they need to remove the pump, it's on a rail system, lift it up and service it. So improves the serviceability as well as reliability of that. Let's see, hit that by accident. And then pipeline replacement rehab, the main focus that we do every year. We've got about $2.5 million since we did the rate study, just focused on pipeline replacement and rehab. That work is driven by a couple of factors as far as what lines we're going to go fix each year, whether it's the condition of the line, if it's just worn out and time it's starting to fail on us, if we have capacity issues, or the other thing that we really try to work with, if it's a line that's on our radar there and it's located within what the transportation group is looking at for their roadway projects, so we can dig up the road once and not have to come back and do it later. So this last year, a couple of projects we did some work on Long Street, replaced some line in there that was old, worn out, and as well as a section of it was really deep for no reason, that we were able to go in and shallow that area up and be able to actually clean it much easier. Once it gets to a certain depth, it's almost impossible to clean. So we were able to fix that. The Robinson area had a lot of old lines there, shallow in some areas, so where they'd have a line on each side of the street to make it work with the water. We were able to get that a little deeper and go to one line and lines that could actually be serviced, because those areas were also served by even smaller lines than our 8-inch standards. So, and then down on Center Drive, we extended sewer into an area that's traditionally been septic served. With the roadway project that was there, we were able to get about 300 feet of sewer in there with that project pretty cheaply because of tagging on with that roadway project, and if those fail, we're ready to go. And then in this next year, looking at William Street with the roadway project there between the interstate and Carson Street, some lines we need to take care of in there. A little bit on Long Street, some additional, the kind of the next area the transportation group is looking at. We've got some old 6-inch lines in there. And then down in the Silver Sage and Koontz area, we got a line that's in pretty bad shape there that we're gonna rehab, and then also Century Circle, Sherman area. That was one area they also picked up in the rapid assessment work, that the manholes are in pretty bad shape. Since they had each manhole open to do the work, we had them look at that too, and that was one that was on our radar, so we decided to push that one forward, just given the condition. So I don't know if we want to take questions on the wastewater side before you jump in, Eddie? Sure. Yeah, if anybody has any.
Chairman,
Sure. Yeah.
can you go back about 2 slides? The wastewater treatment that we treat, you say is running about 5 million gallons a day or so.
Yeah. That's
And the
about what we're
excess
seeing.
that we have is going up there into the reservoir.
It goes in the reservoir during the winter.
Yeah.
And then in the summer, pretty much every drop that the plant produces is pumped to Eagle Valley and the
Okay.
prison. And then Empire Ranch and Silver Oak are
Draw
tied to
from
that
the
line
reservoir.
to the reservoir.
How empty does the reservoir get?
These last couple years with the drought conditions, we've got it pretty low, but we developed a new model a couple years ago that we're able to much better track kind of what we see happening there and if we need to
Well,
do anything.
My real question is, say the growth of treated water comes up to 5.5 million gallons, just below the threshold. Are we ever going to overfill the reservoir? And if we do, what do we do?
The calculations we've done, like if we were to lose one of the golf courses, for example,
Yeah.
we've got 3 to 4 years before we need to have something else in place
Okay,
for that capacity.
that answers my question.
Yeah, we do have like the parks,
Yeah.
for example, and the cemetery, things like that, used to be on effluent. They're taken off in 2013-ish when we were really low, but those could be brought on as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep, go ahead.
so I have a couple questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great
Yeah.
presentation. It's always great to see you here
Yeah,
and go
absolutely.
through all of that logic. And
Yeah.
I appreciate all the work that goes into the hundreds of miles of pipeline that we
Yeah.
have in this city for water and wastewater. So we do not have any permits that are actually discharge permits into any water courses, right?
We have a permit for the reservoir because it does absorb some water. And there are springs that are influenced by that do make it to the river. So we do have a permit for that to allow that to happen. But we have the monthly monitoring to go with that.
What is the classification of wastewater? I mean, I've heard the class 1, class 2. What are we permitted for?
We are in Nevada, it's alphabetical, we're a Class B.
Class
effluent,
B.
Which allows for recreation use with some level of control of, no contact or try to avoid contact. Class A would be the next higher where you could have contact. So basically, we use it on sites they're fenced and the public is warned, things like that. The state did adopt a new standard about 5 years ago now, Class A plus, which that was intended to allow for indirect potable reuse at some time, which they are pursuing in the Reno-Stead area for that treatment plant at this time.
As I recall, Reno has an NPDES discharge permit to the truckies, so they have to meet a much higher standard
Yep.
there. And that's why my question of discharge was there. So what is the capacity of the reservoir?
The capacity of the reservoir, it's about 3,000 acre foot.
3,000
Yep.
acre feet, okay. I think that's all the questions I had. Thank you,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Andy.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
On this chart, you show that during wet years, you have more water coming into the system. We don't have a separate stormwater system?
We do. What it is some of that is groundwater moisture within the soil, some of the pipes, the older pipes, clay and concrete especially, or even laterals at people's houses around the joints. We get some influence there. What we also see is in a rainstorm, it is a separate stormwater system that water is mostly going to, but in the streets themselves, every manhole cover has at least one little hole in it to be able to open it.
Okay,
And
thank
a
you.
little bit of water comes in at every one of those.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Short answer is the pipes leak.
Yeah, yep, short story long, yeah.
Any? Go for it.
So stormwater,
which is
a different beast from a permitting standpoint.
Yeah.
Where does stormwater report to? Does any of it go into the wastewater treatment facility? I noticed your 2017 spike there.
Yeah, other than that, leakage into the manholes and some into the pipes, it's all going into our stormwater collection system, whether that's open channels around town or catch basins on the streets that go into pipes. It all eventually basically goes to the river. Yep.
And are we in compliance on those?
Yeah, we have what's considered or called an MS4 permit on that. We have a couple of staff members that's basically their job is ensuring compliance with that permit, all the tracking and cleaning of the pipes, tracking that, public outreach to try to influence people to not just throw garbage on the street, things like that.
Does any of the growth in the city have you guys concerned about stormwater at all?
That's typically one of the things that we have the developers look at as part of their upfront analysis is can the system they're tying into handle it? Do they need to either improve the existing system or do on-site detention or even retention to make it work?
I'll just add that the Public Works memo does specifically address drainage and floodplain. It's within their purview. And so they've spoken to those and said a potential development rate of 3% through 2022 could be accommodated by stormwater infrastructure.
Any other?
Does the stormwater system meter flows? Do we know basically how much water is going through that system?
At a couple of points for Eddie's purposes, actually, for water right tracking. But for the most part, we don't have meters on any of that. We can go out and estimate after the fact if we need to, based on the channel shape and size and what level it got to.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Lloyd?
On your last slide, you have also orange. What does the orange mean?
The orange is the area of the city we didn't do.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
the
you.
50% we didn't do. And that area is stuff that we've largely looked at with the previous CCTV data. Is why we chose the area we did this first round.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, carry on.
All right. Eddie Quaglieri, Water Utility Manager. Going to start off with the overview, and sorry if it's repeat for y'all, but it's just good to re-look at it and go over it again. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So we maintain a really complex water system. Not just saying that to make my job look more important. It's got 350 miles of pipeline, 16 pressure zones, 13 booster pump stations, all with 3 or 4 pumps in them, 16 storage tanks, and 60 PRVs, which are pressure regulating vaults. And those are those vaults you drive over in the street. They have complicated valves. I'll show you a picture of one of them in my slides. We have about 28 groundwater wells, 2 river induction wells, which are different than just groundwater wells. They run off surface water rights. We also have surface water usage for Quill Water Treatment Plant, which we'll be talking about, Ash Creek, Kings Creek, and Marlette Hobart Water System. Those are the 3 sources for Quill. We also operate an arsenic treatment plant that treats 2 wells, and many, many blending sites around town. If we can, we blend the water. It's a lot cheaper than putting in treatment plants and a lot easier to maintain. So those require operations. We have interconnections with other counties and towns, town of Minden. You know about our 24-inch transmission main from there. We're also connected to Lyon County over Highway 50. We had to use that emergency connection for them to paint a tank this last year. We were sending them 300 gallons per minute continuously through this winter so they could paint one of their tanks. So it's a really nice thing to have in emergencies such as that one. We operate a aquifer storage and recovery system where we inject treated surface water during the winter months into our wells, and that helps blend those wells down and boost up the aquifer, the groundwater table. We also do passive recharge down VC Canyon, where we have a number of infiltration basins. That's when we have water from Marlette, that's all coming from Marlette Lake Water System when we can't treat it. So we build up a credit there as well for our underground rights. We have a new permit to transfer water, unused surface water to the river induction wells from Ash, Kings, and Marlette. That gives us some flexibility on where we can take that water, whether it's at Quill Water Treatment Plant or at the river induction wells. And we have 20 licensed system operators that make this all happen, working 24 hours a day, on call, constantly. Next slide. So again, complicated system, complicated portfolio, but in the same token, it's good to have a diverse portfolio, just like your money portfolio. So we operate in 3 different groundwater basins. That's Eagle Valley, Dayton Valley, and Carson Valley. We'll talk about that in another slide. We have here on the graph, I'm not going to go through all of this, you've seen it before. You have the Carson River wells, and this kind of shows you all the different water rights in each of these buckets. Another, big component is Andy's effluent reuse. That offsets our total water use by about 3,000 acre-feet a year, as Andy just went through. So that's a big offset takes off of our drinking water supply. Marlette Hobart, we don't add those into our total water rights because those are the state-owned water rights, but again, that's water that's imported in from other basins. And then we have Ash Creek and Kings Creek totals. So that's how our water portfolio. One thing I didn't talk about on there is domestic well conversions. It's something, it's on my list to get to, but we can actually, when we hook up a house from a domestic well, if their domestic well goes bad and they hook up to our system, we can convert their domestic well credit into our bank account of water rights. There's probably about 70 or 100 acre-feet we could get out of that. Next slide, please. So this is the classic one I present every year. It's our water usage. This is our total water usage throughout the years in a acre-feet basis. So it's different than our max day demand, which I'll go over soon too, which is also really important. But this gives you your yearly usage. Our modeling, our land use modeling, like what Andy described earlier, tells us we need 16,000 acre-feet at build-out. So that's about 5,000 acre-feet above what we're pumping right now or distributing right now. So you see our numbers there. We have our new 2021 number there at 10,500 acre-feet. The red line is our total water usage or total water allocate rights that we have that I just went over in our last slide. That's that 18,648. So we need to increase, now talking about the max day demand, we need to increase our max day demand by about 8 million gallons per day. That's to meet our full build-out demand of that 16,000 acre feet. And the population of that is 80,000. So next slide. So this is talking to the whole, how are our groundwater basins doing? You know, that's always a question that comes up. This is a slide from Ed James's group, CWSD, so we can blame him if anything's off on this. But it shows the different basins in the Carson River watershed. So you have Carson Valley, which, you know, we pump from with the help of Town of Minden. Pretty good shape there. You have your perennial yield shown in the green dot. And then the total pumpage from all those things shown, irrigation, domestic, municipal, other, shown in the bar graph there. Eagle Valley is the next one. That's where we are right now. That shows the perennial yield, and that's around 5,000 acre feet. Now, there's one thing that's missing on this, which is the system yield. Since we import so much water from other places like Marlette and Hobart, they gave us a system yield of about 9,000 acre feet. So that's the total, what comes into the fishbowl. And then you see there around 4,000 is what comes out. So looking pretty good there. Dayton Valley, that's another odd one that has two perennial yields, a high and low. If it couldn't be more complicated, the USGS decided to make it more complicated. So that one is, you know, near the low perennial yield, but nowhere near the high of 20,000 acre feet. And then you go further downstream, outside of our influence here is Churchill Valley, which is Silver Springs area. And you can see there that they're right at their perennial yield. And then you go further down, Carson Desert is Fallon area, and that's where they sit right there. And then that's the cumulative of all those basins together within the river pumping system. So on a cumulative, the more water's coming into the fish bowls than is leaving. And in our basins, which is Carson Valley, Eagle, and Dayton, those are the ones we pull from, looking much better than the lower basins. So next slide. So water system improvements and studies. Again, water line replacements do about $1 million a year in water line replacements. Our new rate study that we just went through in 2021 when the rates went in will allow us to go up to $2 million a year. So we're really trying to beef that program up. You know, some of the roads we've done recently, like Andy went over, Long Street was a recent one, Sherman Viking area got a replacement, South Carson Street, obviously. Future ones, Colorado Street, Fifth Street at the roundabout, Fairview. That one's getting a project done. So those are future water line replacements. Some exciting news, we've installed 4 new standby generators at different well sites that didn't have them. We share one with Andy's lift station down at Riverview on Fifth Street with well 24. We put them strategically at different wells and different basins, groundwater basins, and strategically for the different pressure zones we're operating in, so that each pressure zone can be fed if there is a disaster of some sort. We also have 7 portable generators too. So, but you know, going towards more standby generators. Some recent studies completed and projects that have come out of those are underway as we speak right now. But some of those are looking at the Lakeview Timberline Booster Pump Station area. Those 2 subdivisions are fed by 7 different booster pump stations, all that have to kind of work together. So we're looking at increasing redundancy and resiliency there. We did an iron and manganese study on the east side, try to help that issue that they have over there. So we have projects coming out of that study. And then we did a big demand study for the Marlette Lake water system. How much do we actually need from that in the future in dry, normal, and wet years? So, and we are working our agreements towards that study so that we can guarantee that we have that water in the future. especially in light that we're redoing Quill right now so that we can treat that water. Maintenance and rehabilitation programs, we've really stepped up our game on this. We've done a well rehabilitation program that lays out our rehabs for the next 20, 30 years. So we know exactly which wells are prioritized for the next 30 years. We do about 2 a year. I'd like to up that. Recently, we've done well 44 and well 40. Next year, we'll do well 24 and well 8. And the pictures there show the tank rehabilitation program. We did a program on that. We do a tank every 2 years. And so you see on the pictures, up in the upper picture is the latest tank we just finished in May was Gonai Canyon tank up off of Salk at the end of Gonai Road. That's the inside of the tank, post-rehab. And then you can see a well being pulled there at the bottom. That's what goes into pulling a well. And then the pressure reducing station there. That's the other picture there. And so we are now putting together a program to see what is needed for the 60 of those that are in the ground and how we're going to tackle that. So working on all that right now. So this goes into the projects related to meeting that future demand. Some of them are redundancy, some of them are efficiency related. Like we've completed the east-west transmission main that's bringing water now from all the way from Minden all the way up to Quill Water Treatment Plant through town. So very nice thing to have. We use it a lot. We can flip on the Ormsby pump station there on Longview, send water up to Quill and fill that tank. It's a great thing to have. We can now move that transmission main water throughout town. It's really nice. Well 3 redrill, I've talked about that. That's the picture you see there. That was a big improvement. Really excited to be underway on this Quill Water Treatment Plant upgrade. We're looking at gutting the building and putting in conventional treatment package plant. We will increase it to 5 MGD, actually 6 MGD, with some efficiency down to 5 MGD. We're at 30% design on that right now and making progress towards it. We're hoping to be in construction this time next year, if not a little earlier. So that's going well. So recently today, we put well 44 back online. That was one of our rehabs last year. And my strategy for wells, on drilling new wells has been, let's bring back online some of the wells that have maybe fallen off a bit. Maybe the production's down. Maybe we've just, shuttered them because of water quality issues on them. So my plan is to bring back those wells, and there's a few of them that we need to bring back. One of them was well 44, and that's back online as of today. This summer, we're going to work on a joint project with Andy here on well 38, and that well has suffered from nitrate issues. So in the last year or so, we haven't been pumping it. We have a plan to pump that water to the prison farms, use that water for irrigation while we pump and treat it. One way you can deal with nitrates is pump it out of the ground. And once it clears up, you get a clear stream of flow to that well and put it back online, and it stays under the limit of that contaminant. And then, always looking at other places to redrill a well in the future. And so on my next slide, it gives you some perspective on what we need to get to our, max day demand build out of that 8 MGD increase that we talked about. So red line is where we're at today, 25, 26 MGD that we can comfortably produce. And that takes into account those wells that we talked about that we're bringing back, that those aren't in use. So every well we bring back, like well 44 and well 38, will add to that number. So with one more redrill, you have the orange line, and then with one more induction well that we've looked at, and we actually have a place to drill one if we need to, that adds to that increase there. And then you have Quill, which is the dotted line there. And then the solid line is that combination of projects that reaches that 8 MGD. So a couple more wells, not including the wells we're going to hopefully bring back online. And with Quill that we're in process with right now, we're sitting pretty good, is basically what I'm trying to say. So that is, that's my last slide, and then just concluding thoughts. It's complex, both on the water and wastewater side, right? We are lucky to have our diverse water portfolio. Looking at our water as more of a one water in Carson is how we look at it, Andy and I together. And looking at that in the future, whether, wherever the future takes us with that. We have the water rights and are in fairly healthy groundwater basins to produce those water rights. And that is our presentation. I'll take any questions on the water side.
Okay, thanks. Great presentations today so far. Thank you very much. I'll start with a question. We're obviously year 3 of a drought. When we're doing our planning commission things, always comes up if a project, doesn't want to be built, someone's against it. It's always the water question. It's schools. It's ... But water is always the common one. So with our drought, year 3, how do you see this impacting potential decisions that we're making on the Planning Commission? At what point should we get nervous? Year 5, year 6, year 7?
Big picture wise, groundwater basins are pretty resilient to drought. You're not going to start to see that right away after a 5-year drought affect those groundwater levels. Again, we're using water from different areas and different basins, so that's going back to that diverse water portfolio, and that just comes to our aid in these droughts. Marlette Lake is a lake where it fills up almost every year back up to the rim, and we want to take advantage of that storage, right? So having all these different sources, we're just balancing that. So I'm not at a point where I'm worried about it. If you go back to the graph, Andy, one of the first ones there, the usage, yeah, that one. I have a trend line in there. It's a light blue line, and you can see the direction of it.
Why is that?
I think it's just smarter use of water. I think it's people, it's always a combination of things, whether it's rates that are going up. You see people get smarter ripping out lawns and that kind of thing. Like we've talked about here before, it's, that stuff's 75, 80% of our water use is outdoor use. So as people get more conscious of that, as we get into these droughts or cycles and they start becoming smarter with water, it's, I would attribute it to that. Maybe it's a little bit of rate increases, but those usually people stabilize and start getting used to the rates and using back to what they used to usually. But from 2008, where we've been on a steady decline with a few anomalies in there.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, can I just add to that? And my stuff's more procedural, but we look at water every year. This is a big meeting. And I want to mention Darren Schultz, our Public Works Director, and Dan Stuckey, our Deputy Public Works Director, are both in the audience. And obviously, Andy and Eddie, so impressive. And we take this very seriously. You, as the Growth Management Commission, are listening to these reports to make decisions now for the rest of the year, but not for the next 5 years, or even the next 2 years, or the next 3 years. In a year, I'm going to ask Eddie and Andy to come and sit with you again. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to invite them every single year when you meet so that we have this conversation every year. And so I think this year, everything I've read, and I should mention Nick Wentworth from our Parks and Rec department's here as well if there are questions for parks. But every single year, we will analyze the services and the resources of the city. And based on that analysis, we will determine what is the appropriate growth, what can the city sustain in terms of growth that coming year, looking at both residential and non-residential. So I'm grateful personally that Eddie's comfortable. But that said, I'm going to invite him back next year, and we're going to do this all over again. And so I don't want anybody who maybe just tuned in to think, oh, okay, well, wow, he's good with it. Because this commission and the way the city's growth management ordinance is structured is this will be analyzed every year. And I just wanted to underscore that. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to commissioner questions, comments. Looks like Paul, Commissioner Eswine.
Thank you for that presentation. I have two questions. One is, how will your estimates be affected by the state engineer's new drought plan? Are you participating in that?
The new drought plan, we have a water conservation plan that takes into account the drought monitoring that goes on through the state. I'm not completely familiar with maybe the drought plan.
Well, my understanding is that the state engineer is looking at reducing or coming up with a plan for reduction of water rights or the drawing of water rights based upon his plan.
Okay. Yeah, are you referring to the Diamond Valley issues?
It's doing a statewide drought plan.
Okay.
I'm not really totally familiar with it, but I am aware that he's doing a statewide drought plan that will affect the usage of water rights over a period of time.
I'll definitely look into that and get an update for you.
And my second question is, how will the rehabilitation of the Quill plant, how do you treat water while that rehabilitation is going on?
Well, we plan on not using it during the construction. The construction might take about a year and a half.
Okay, so you have
And so-
capacity to provide
Yes, we
water.
do. Yeah, and only because the Quill treatment plant has suffered so much based on its age and treatment capacity. We're only pumping about or treating about 1.5 MGD out of it at our best times right now.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that the new treatment will produce 5 to 6. So
Okay.
all the time, yeah.
So I just was
So
curious.
yeah, and actually timing was great because the transmission main that went up there, now we can move that Minden water up to that tank. And so we have a lot more flexibility and redundancy through the system.
So the Minden water doesn't need to be treated?
No,
Or
it's
it's been treated-
it's groundwater,
It's groundwater, okay.
right?
Thank you.
Commissioner Perry's next.
Thanks, Eddie. This is always a great presentation, and I'm always thankful of all the time you guys put into this, looking at it. I just had a couple of quick ones. One is, are we using all of the surface water as priority first, or is there any surface water available to us that we're not using, like Marlette's surface water, right? Ash Canyon's surface water. And I was reflecting back in your presentation last year that was a priority first before we pumped groundwater.
Yeah, so that's all interweaved into the whole Quill discussion we're having with, the conjunctive management of water, which is use the surface water and let your groundwater rest, basically, for when you need it. And so doing Quill is going to let us, when we finish the Quill project, it'll let us practice that best management practice.
And how are the static groundwater levels in the basins that we operate in doing? Are they still recovering as the graphs I remember seeing last year
Yeah, so
showed?
last year I presented those graphs, and I don't have updated graphs for those yet, but next year I can definitely bring that back and we can take a look at it. But from what we measure our wells every month, and we have monitoring wells we measure every month, and we're not seeing anything drastic happening.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Commissioner Borders.
Eddie, thank both of y'all again. We really appreciate this. My first one is kind of an aside. The new generator looks nice, but it's not painted the right color. You did all that work and built all those really nice buildings, and now you got this thing that's completely the wrong color.
Okay.
The other thing is, one of the things we're gonna consider today as to whether or not to increase the water usage for commercial and industrial properties or leave it the same or reduce it. And in the comments that we got from Hope, it says the Public Works is currently analyzing water usage data for commercial and industrial properties across Carson City to determine if an adjustment needs to be made in the current threshold. And the current threshold is now 15,000 gallons a day. And I know you don't have the report, but which way is it leaning? You know, should we be thinking about 12,000 gallons a day? Do we want to go back to, 7,500, which was like 6, 7, 8 years ago? Or do
That
we?
was more like 3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay, yeah. Or, with all, here he comes. I knew I could get him off the back chair.
Good evening, Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director. So that's a good question. As we put in the report, COVID did influence water usage, and you see it in Eddie's slide. This is a big decision, right? We want to look at the data. We want to understand the trends. We're kind of getting back to normal, and you're kind of seeing it come back. The plan is we want to break this down over the next 3 to 6 months, and then we could come back to the Planning Commission. We want to present you with like a statistical analysis showing you kind of the breakouts of different water users, the high users, what are the percentiles. So you have, and we feel good that all the data has been analyzed and we can present it in a good way that you guys can digest, understand, and make a really good informed decision. So that's the plan on our end, and we're just not ready to present that at this point, but we'll be here soon to do that.
Can you give us a hint?
We're honestly just not quite
Okay.
that deep yet to give you a hint yet, but like I said, this is not something we want to drag out because what you mentioned, I realize that you're faced with these decisions and you want to have the right tools, right, in your toolbox. So this is not something we want to drag out for a year. We'll be back here. We're targeting like 3 to 6 months to get it done and come back here and present it to you.
Well, and then that would seem to indicate that if we felt like we wanted to be more conservative, we could do that, and 3 months from now, we might change our mind.
Right, and I'll also remind the commission that, first, yes, we can have a growth management commission when we have information to bring forward to the commission. Secondly, last year you did recommend, and the board agreed with, criteria for when you consider the commercial and industrial building permits that are exceeding the threshold. That criteria didn't exist before. Before, you are making decisions based on the ability of the city to serve, which it was really an objective measure. It was a yes or no. And how did you get to, there wasn't sort of like, really, is this how we want to use our water? You haven't had an application since the effective date of that criteria. So I want to just remind this commission, I think you did some really, really interesting work last year, and the board as well, in adopting that criteria. And it will be interesting when that criteria is put to the test, so to speak, and you actually get to apply it. So I don't want you to feel like it's a blank check of 15,000 gallons per day, because it's not.
All right, thank you.
For clarification on the COVID delay, is that because the actual data got skewed from that? Less commercial use, more residential, or is it the actual people doing the analysis?
No, I think, yeah, they're talking about the actual data being, need to look at.
Okay. Thanks. Are there any other questions for staff? Presentation? Oh, go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to thank you three gentlemen, because anytime I ever give you a call, you answer my questions and get back to me, so I always appreciate that. One of the things that I did want to say is I am so glad that the city of Carson has decided to delve into this a lot further. Back, over 50 years ago, I actually had to sit in a motorhome in this parking lot and waiting to get a lottery to have a building permit because there was no water. So, and there was no way for people to figure out what the allocations were. There was only so much that was given to builders. There was so much that were given to owner builders. So thank you very much, because that data is really, really important. The question I have is that because I do, manage a couple of different properties, and I am seeing where my water is going as far as irrigation and backflows and that type of thing. And in the commercial use, it has a different mill rate than a residential use. I know when we do any kind of larger development or approve those, most of them are not zero-scape. And I was wondering, do you have any idea what the impact would be as if we could get rid of some of these large grass areas and turn them back into a zero-scape with the drought-resistant plants, that type of thing? Because we have, years ago, Carson City would only allow us to have, which I believe Russian olives was basically the primary plant that was brought into this area for a developer. So what my question is now we've been able to get different kind of plants. They've been able to become more drought tolerant. Can we look at eliminating some of this grass? And if we do eliminate some of this grass, will it actually help with our water resources, or will it not? Because we do have a lot of large grass areas that are basically there for curb appeal.
Yeah.
As part of the Title 18 update, I think it's Division 4 is our landscaping standards, and there's a maximum amount of turf. One of the things, and I can't remember if Planning Commission recommended it, but the board is recommending it, is there was a prohibition on artificial turf. The board removed that, is recommending removal of that limitation. And the board also included in the recommended language things like allowing boulders or things like that in lieu of bushes, and just being a little more creative with the landscaping. So it's not a mandate for xeriscaping, but it's creating an alternative to the traditional landscaping that we sort of have crafted the ordinance for. So I think Andy and Eddie can probably speak to you about, what would be the outcomes of that, but it's sort of a policy level. The board is recommending actions to allow property owners to limit the landscaping.
Is there any other questions by the commissioners for staff or the presenters? Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. I agree with all the commissioners. This is really helpful, and this drives our decisions through the year, taking in this information, so appreciate it. At this time, the public is invited to comment on what was presented here today, or there'll be another opportunity before we close the Growth Management Commission.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Chair and commissioners. I listened and I've looked, and I really appreciated all the information today. They did an excellent job of explaining things so I could understand them. Thank them very much. And I thank Ms. Sullivan for her encouragement that this happens every year. This in a climate of change, and it's really gambling, on the water. And we can't always expect it, so we should be ready, and it's nice to keep track of it. Thank you. I've been reassured by several people on occasion myself, so they do respond to calls. The thing that just sort of perked my ears up, because I'm sort of into the insect thing, considering a rock instead of a bush, I would really like to encourage people to keep the bush. Find a way to get something that's going to attract a bumblebee or a whatever kind of little critter. We do have a lot of areas that are going to be cement and asphalt that are taking up. Also, our water aquifer areas are now going to be homes. And if those homes do not help encourage some of the plants, some of the trees and such that we need for our insects and birds. So I'd like that considered in landscaping requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this topic? Okay, moving on to Oh, actually, yeah, I think it's time for a motion.
Can we have some discussion first,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Wiggins? So after going through this document and having done that for several years now, there is one issue here that continues to me to be a red flag on growth. And it is in Public Works, and it is, if you go to the Public Works Consolidated Municipality page, doesn't look like a page, but it's right before the Sheriff's Department. And I recall last year it was, and then I delved into it a little bit. And I'll read off of the first paragraph here. Although increased traffic volumes are expected to be accommodated with existing roadway capacity, roadway maintenance activities continue to operate in a deficit. Consequently, the long-term condition of the city's roadways will continue to deteriorate unless or until the funding gap is reduced. And I recall going to a presentation by City Engineer Rice where I saw some of these things and probably asked that that be brought to another meeting here, but it wasn't a small number either. And it is the one red flag that continues to come back in this that's unresolved. And as you said, Chair Wiggins, we always get asked about water, but when we go through the meetings and we have developers come in to build new residential housing and commercial housing, we always hear about traffic and the condition of roads too. Probably as much, if not more, than the concerns that residents have about water. And short of trying to, add to the meeting here a little bit, I tried to scratch some words out here that I'm going to just throw out as comments, because this, once it's approved, goes to the supervisors. And I assume that we can add a comment to it, right?
Certainly, and where the staff would carry your comments with us to the board. So we'll relay concerns and comments. The other point, and I'm sorry I didn't ask for a specific presentation on roads, but we can certainly have a future meeting where we have a really focused discussion on roads, just like we had it on water and sewer today.
I think that would be appropriate, because until I saw the numbers of the deficit, I didn't realize the magnitude of it. So, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to read out what I scratched out here as a proposal to the commission, as a comment that would be added to the approval of this. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So.
I haven't agreed to it yet.
Yeah, I
can
hear
read
you,
it.
and you may not, and nobody might like it either, but I'm just trying to say, hey, this one keeps coming back every year as unresolved. During our deliberations as the Planning Commission, we have heard many times from residents about the increases in traffic due to new development and the deteriorating condition of many of the city's roads. The Public Works Department has commented in the Growth Management Plan for the past several years that roadway maintenance activities continue to operate at a deficit and that the city's roadways will continue to deteriorate unless the funding gap is reduced. When asked about the funding gap, it has been stated that the city's portion of the gas tax is not nearly enough to fund road maintenance. And I say this just out of my own knowledge, so you can eliminate this sentence if you don't, but a number of other municipalities in Nevada fund road maintenance as a priority from general fund revenues and don't rely solely on gas taxes to maintain roads. We are concerned that there will be increasing resistance to any new projects that come before the Planning Commission if roadway maintenance activities continue to operate at a deficit.
Okay. Done?
I'm done. That's
Okay.
it. That was after I read this, I just scratched this out and brought it.
Commissioner Lloyd?
I hope, or Public Works, you can help answer this question or this comment, but I think that it isn't solely funded by gas tax. I think that there's been pennies put towards it from the Board of Supervisors. They've tried. I just don't think they've gotten there.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I hear the concern, and I think you have a lot of data that's not necessarily in this packet, in that I had not asked Public Works to make a on-point presentation on roads, so I'm almost wondering if you should give a placeholder, if this is how you choose to proceed, putting the board sort of on notice that you do have this concern about the roads, and the Growth Management Commission will be working with Public Works to better understand the concerns relative to the roads and the relationship between growth and the condition of the roads, and then putting forward comments. I feel like there was a lot there that I didn't know.
Okay.
I just putting that out there.
One of my questions is now that we have the 2020 census data, what is the age groups in? Because my question is I realize that the point person has gotten smaller, but at the same point is what is that age for schools?
Actually, the under 18 population has been reduced, and the over 65 population has increased,
Okay.
so that they are now the same. I feel like they're both at, I want to say 30-something, but it might be 18%. I didn't bring that number, but we did a joint meeting between the Board of Supervisors and the school board, and AJ and I presented that information. It was very interesting to see the reduction in the under 18 and the increase in the over 65.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll start in response to Commissioner Perry. I like your comments addressing that, because that is certainly an issue that comes up. I guess where I'm struggling with it is, are we leaning towards growth hinders improving roads? If we're asking for more funding, growth and us approving things would technically mean more people are paying taxes, funding things, potentially. Or are we just asking the Board of Supervisors raise taxes and fund the roads because it's a problem? And so I'm not sure how that relates to growth and in which direction we should go with this, as opposed to just a general city issue.
I really wasn't intending it to be that as a policy issue, because we're not a policy body so much. That's the supervisors. But it is an issue that we continue to hear from residents about growth, and we do hear it almost regularly when there are new developments about those. And I just think it's incumbent, somewhere along the line in the growth management plan to say, hey, we're hearing this all the time about the deficit, or not the deficit because they don't bring that forward, but the condition of the roads. And I think perhaps maybe Hope is correct. Maybe we should put it to another meeting, because maybe I've seen things that in presentations from that others haven't. But I just struck me when I did see the numbers. There's a similar presentation that's done on roads of what the actual deficit is in road maintenance in the city. And perhaps put it in a future meeting. I mean, I threw it out here to start a discussion here because so many of those things that we heard in the last year from residents had to do with roads and traffic.
So
You can continue this item as well if you'd like to have the presentation on roads. It's up to the commission. Or if you feel comfortable with them, we just do a second meeting.
I'm good with the second meeting, so we move this along. If that's okay with the rest of the commissioners. And we'll also want that second meeting based on the other directors' comments. So are you okay holding off, Commissioner Perry?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I brought it for discussion, really.
Commissioner Borders?
I would just say that I think Hope's approach is probably a good idea. I think it's worthwhile when we present this to the Board of Supervisors that we make that caveat. That like 2 years ago, when we got real serious about water, we did something about it. Now we're going to be real serious about road maintenance. And we don't know what the answer is yet, but we're going to try and be real serious about it. And I think that's would solve your problem and our problem and get us moving. Okay?
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. It's not my problem, though. It's really.
Well, it's all our
It's an issue
problem.
of, yeah, it's an issue of growth.
It's the problem
and the roads
It's the
and-
problem
and
that you brought
brought
forward.
forward. Yes, okay, good.
So Hope, if we do a motion, can we add to it something to the effect that the Growth Management Commission will potentially have future meetings discussing road conditions and the allocation of water for commercial customers based on a future report?
Yeah, I
Or
think,
can you
I think
make
you
that- can you
essentially
make
just
those
said
comments?
it. So if
Okay.
the consensus of the commission, without making a formal action, if the consensus of the commission is, okay, we feel like we have enough to adopt this resolution, which nobody said that yet, but you want to explore the issue of roads more based on the memo from Public Works, and you also want to make sure we don't lose track of understanding the 15,000 gallons per day average once the Public Works Department has had the opportunity to complete that analysis. I'm clear, and the minutes should be clear, that the consensus of this commission is to be sure to bring those two things back to you and to not wait a year. You're expecting a meeting to address those items. Is that accurate?
It's good for me. We have some hands up still. Commissioner Lloyd?
Can't make one go away.
I just wanted to make the comment too that if anybody just can't wait for that meeting, watching the city's budget meeting probably would answer maybe some of how they're allocating to roads.
Okay. Any other discussion, comments from commissioners or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the draft.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the draft resolution.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Was that Commissioner Perry?
That was Commissioner
Seconded.
Borders, second by me, Chair Wiggins. Okay. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of the Growth Management Commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item in the agenda. Is there any public comment, general public comment for the Growth Management Commission? Okay, seeing none. We'll adjourn the Growth Management Commission. Yeah, we'll take a 15-minute break and start up around 5:55. calling to order the Planning Commission of Carson City. Can I please get a roll call?
Chair Wiggins,
Here.
Vice Chair Preston. Commissioner Borders. Commissioner Eswine. Commissioner Kilgore.
Here.
Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioner Perry.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. Members of the public are invited to address the commission at this time and comment on any matter that is relevant to or within the authority of the Planning Commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. In order for members of the public to participate in the Planning Commission's consideration of an agenda item, the public is strongly encouraged to provide public comment related to that specific agenda item when called for by the chair or vice chair during the meeting. So at this time, the public is invited to comment on any general Planning Commission items.
Danny French, Carson City, Nevada, Chair and Commissioners. I would like to bring up the fact that I feel that the representations of the new structures that are going to be coming up are not really showing that they're considering roof colors or such like that. And it always hurts my feelings when we're not using the best understanding of how we're affecting the environment by having certain colors and certain shapes and certain things around us. Plus, it's sort of the vertical growth around here, going from the 2 to 3 and on as far as structural heights is bothering me. Also, the new development that they're considering on North Ridge and Lampa are very frustrating. There's a consideration to allow them to have less parking than would be required normally. They're looking to get a waiver on that, I believe, if it's not already happened with me not watching. But I highly discourage that. I'd like to encourage more open space on that particular property, but as it is, it's going to be a very tough situation for me to walk now, seeing the damage that they will be doing to Lone Mountain. So that's a personal thing, and I'm going to have to deal with it. But please keep in mind the fact that if you're restricting them on anything, it would have been nice to keep the restriction on the height. Now that you can't restrict that, to hold them back on the size or the amount of parking, I think would be inappropriate. I think they're going to need the parking. And so I'm going, all right, so that's my general comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment at this time? And this is just general public comment. If you have an agenda item, it's best to wait till then. You'll have an opportunity. Okay? Thanks. Any general comments? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to item 13 for possible action, approval of the minutes from May 25th, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of the meeting of May 25th, 2022.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? We have probably 2 abstentions from Commissioner Borders and Commissioner Eswine. Motion passes.
And who seconded, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Kilgore, I believe.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to the meeting items. Item 14A, I believe this is going to be a continuance. Heather?
Yes, good evening, Chair Wiggins and Commissioners. Heather Manzo for the record. So we did receive a request from the applicant to continue this item. At the time that we issued the late material last evening, I didn't have confirmation of their desired date, but I did speak with the applicant this morning, and they would request a date certain continuance to July 27th, 2022, if that's acceptable to the commission. And the reason for that is they had a very recent staffing change, and the person who's going to be taking on this project actually doesn't start till tomorrow, but he called me this morning to let me know of the date. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have to do a motion for continuance? Is that how it works? Okay. Well, I'll do it. I move to continue item LU-2022-0237. Second by Commissioner Eswine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 14B. LU-2022-0065 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding a request from Ricky and Lynn Castro for a special use permit for a guest building greater than 700 square feet in size and an accessory structure greater than 75% of the primary structure square footage and greater than 5% of the parcel size for the property's own single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, located at 2118 Roop Street. Heather.
Thank you again, Heather Manzo, for the record. So this request, very simply, is to construct a large accessory structure which would have an 875 square foot guest building within it. And then separate from that, because we have two different code sections that kind of govern accessory structures and then guest buildings, the remaining accessory structure would be 2,154 square feet, which would be a combined shop, garage, and then a home gym for the applicant. Because this request exceeds the 700 square foot limit for a guest building, and the 75% of the primary structure size for the accessory structure, and exceeds 5% of the parcel size, the applicant is required to make a special use permit request, and all three of those elements have triggered the special use permit. In looking at this request, the property is on South Roop Street, and it's zoned SF6, so it's a single-family zoned property with a 6,000 square foot minimum lot size. This property happens to be just over half an acre in size, and so while we do have a guest building limitation of 700 square feet, the applicant had noted in the paperwork that had been presented to staff that this is to accommodate an aging relative, and so they designed the space to accommodate accessibility for that family member. And then in terms of allowing a building of this size, staff did take a look at compatibility findings and availability of services as per the special use permit findings. The applicant did share with staff within about a 2 or 3 block area, there are multiple accessory buildings that are 2 stories and within that area. So with that information, staff did take a review of the request, and this is just basically an aerial photo that was provided in your packet. North is upward, and where the accessory building would go is on that southwest corner where there's a truck and a trailer parked there now. And so with the site plan laid over the property, the dark gray area on that southwest side is the area that would have the guest building on the east side of it, and then the accessory structure would be to the west and then above the guest building. So if you had a chance to drive by the site, the applicant has done some recent renovations and additions to the main house, including new siding, new front yard, landscaping, some fencing, and then had added on a garage. So for this proposed accessory building, they have proposed the same building materials and colors as the primary residence. And so with that, staff has reviewed the application and has been able to make all of the necessary findings for the special use permit and is recommending approval. For this request, I haven't received any calls from the general public. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. That was actually one of my questions, was on the design architecture similar to the main structure. Haven't we put that in some of the conditions of approval before, or not? I'm forgetting now how we address that.
So I believe condition number 1 requires the design to be as approved or consistent with the approval. So because in this case, the applicant has proposed the consistent building materials and colors, it's not a condition, it's just part of that condition that they build what was approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay, substantially in accordance with the development plans. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, could the applicant please come up? And go ahead and print your name on that paper there for the record, and then state your name for the record.
For the record, my name is Ricky Castro.
Other way.
You're good. Just get close to it.
For the record, my name is Ricky Castro. Thank you.
Have you read the conditions of approval? And are you in agreement with them?
Yes, we're very happy with the conditions of approval, and unless there's questions, we're pretty much done.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Put your mother-in-law next to the shop.
It's his mother.
I'm sorry, put your mother next to the shop.
Don't drop the weights too loud in the gym. Okay, well, thank you. Well, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing no public comment, any final discussion from commissioners or perhaps a motion?
I'd like to move to make a motion to approve special use permit LU 2022-0065 based on the ability to make all findings subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Second by Commissioner Eswine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 14C. LU-2022-0258 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding a request from David Johnson for a special use permit to allow for a guest building greater than 700 square feet in size on a property zoned single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, located at 1555 Kings Canyon Road. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Manzo, for the record. So this request is to allow for a guest building, 1,371 square feet in size with a 284 square foot garage. Again, while this is zoned SF6, the property is just over 1 acre in size. And the applicant has had a history with this specific building. If you've had a chance to drive by the site, you may have noticed that the structure is partially constructed. As noted in our staff report, the applicant had received a building permit to remodel and expand an accessory structure as a guest building in 2019. However, due to the pandemic and other situations, the project was partially constructed and not completed, and that permit expired in 2020. So when the applicant came in earlier this year to renew that or reobtain a building permit to finish the construction, it was noted that our code actually requires for a special use permit for this use. And so the applicant is before you this evening to request the approval of the guest building. And I would note that the picture on the bottom right-hand side was taken just earlier this month, so that's the current condition. From the exterior, it looks almost complete, but the interior is still not finished, and the driveway and things like that on the exterior would need to be completed. So the applicant had noted that the property should not be limited to guest building standards that are outlined in code. In particular is the deed restriction that's required that states who can occupy that guest building. But unfortunately, our code is what it is, and the guest building standards, when someone is approved to have one, they do need to comply with that full section of the development standards 1.4, which one of them is that the occupancy of the building is limited based on the code limitations. So if approved, I just wanted to lay this on record. The applicant would be subject to those guest building standards, and that would be a part of your approval if you choose to approve it this evening. Staff did receive one call from a resident requesting information about this request. The caller did not state one way or another if they were opposed or for, so it was just an information gathering call. And based on the ability to make all of the findings, staff is recommending approval of the request. As it's already built and the approval of the request really won't change the built nature, or the neighborhood character. Staff is recommending approval. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I did see that the applicant is in the audience if you wish to address him. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Do any commissioners have questions for staff? Go ahead.
I have just a question on here is that it hates me. My question is that these are all zoned single-family residential, 6,000, this one and the preceding one, and that they do have, for the guest limitation, it has to be a member of the family, and that's a deed restriction on there. Is there anything that precludes them from a boundary line adjustment in the future?
So because this property is an acre in size and the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet, they would have the ability to do a parcel map and create a new parcel sometime in the future if that was something that they were interested in doing. And that is a conversation that staff has had with the applicant. So, they're hoping to get a decision from you this evening, and then that is something that's available to them in the future if they choose to go that path.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, could the applicant come forward, please? And sign the paper, please. Or print your name.
Can my daughter Stella please pass out some information for you guys? Just it's a printed out.
Staff can, hand it to staff and they can distribute. Have you, first, let's start with, have you seen the conditions of approval and are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement with all of them except for the deed restriction.
You turned off your mic.
Oh, dang it.
State your name too for the record.
I'm David Johnson, and I approve of all the conditions except for the deed restriction and the who can occupy the residence. Mainly because, should I keep talking or? So
Sure.
if you look at page 3 of the information you've been given, it talks about how since 1950 this has been 2 residences, okay, and I've been paying taxes on 2 residences, and there's been no mention of it ever being a guest residence. In fact, I really didn't know what they were talking about when they were saying guest residence, and finally it dawned on me that I should go look at the codes, actually after Heather told me to, and she provided those, which was very helpful. But when I saw that restriction, I'm like, I never would have started this project had that been a restriction in the first place. And I've already spent $75,000-ish or more dollars on this. And, there's been mention of dividing up the parcel, and that's not something that I'm really excited about because that's been a Carson City property since the 1800s. There's structures on there from the 1800s, and I don't want to, mess with the integrity of that. I mean, I will if I have to, but I'd rather not. So I don't really want the guest permit. What I really want is to figure out if there's any way around that we can get around that, or any exceptions that can be made, especially since there was an error approving it in the first place. And, if you look at the building, the only change to the exterior besides updating and the roof is the 2 dormers. That is exactly how the building's been from the outside since, 1950, and you have the record of that here. So Heather and I have gone around on this, and she's been very gracious, and I probably haven't been as, but what I'm trying to figure out is how can we, is there anything we can do here? Because it's just so restrictive.
Hope or Heather, do you want to address this? I mean, I don't think as a planning commission we can go against Carson City Municipal Code for someone.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a mechanism in code to allow for a guest building and not comply with the standards under the guest building ordinance. So that's the gist of it.
So the mechanism would be to actually change the municipal code, and that would apply to everyone?
Well, in this case, a parcel map would serve his purpose. If his family member isn't intended to live there, based on the ordinance, since he's got a large lot, he is able to come in and ask to subdivide that.
Which also comes with more costs, more, and, I'd like to say that 2019, when my permit was approved and when I started rolling on this thing, what hit in 2019 that basically changed everybody's life? And that's what happened. It slowed everything down, couldn't get people to come work, and I understand where you guys are coming from, but, it's also 75,000 that I've already put into something that I don't even know how much it costs to do a parcel map. I've got man hard looking at it, so.
Okay, looks like we have Commissioner Eswine.
I guess this is a question for staff. Is it in code that they have to have a deed restriction?
Yes, sir, it is. So 1.4.10 speaks to occupancy, and it states that the guest building may only be occupied by a family member of the primary residence and their non-paying guests. Guest buildings may not be rented as a secondary dwelling unit. And 1.4.1, I believe, is the one that states that a deed restriction needs to be placed on the property, noting compliance with that standard.
This is just a comment, because we are looking at changing the guest building requirements in review of the code. And if he puts a deed restriction on this, how does he get that off of that? Pardon me? No, no. If he wants to keep it as a whole parcel,
Yeah.
and it's allowed under the new, under a new section of the code, how does he remove the deed restriction?
So when the Planning Commission forwarded the recommendation on Title 18 to the Board of Supervisors, you actually elected to keep that requirement with the guest building standards. That said, if something were to change down the line and the guest building ordinance no longer required a deed restriction, that's something where an owner who had applied one can have that legally removed by recording a new document.
Mr. Chair, for the benefit of the record, the reference to the deed restriction is 1.4.2 of the development standards. And what it indicates is that the deed restriction against the property with the city recorder's office stating the guest building occupation limitations contained in 1.4.10. So if there is a limitation, the deed restriction is going to reference the section that calls out the limitation. Should that limitation no longer exist, it's referencing something that doesn't exist. But this is a requirement for every single guest building. It's in our code. And my understanding is this building was a barn, is that right? And it was never a barn. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that then.
Heather Manzo for the record. So in reviewing a 2014 application by the previous property owner, they were actually looking at potentially doing a parcel map and subdividing. And for whatever reason, they ended up selling the property instead. But at the time that they came in with that conceptual plan, they had noted that this building was actually a barn. So sometime between 2014 and today, that use has changed, and we just don't have a permit record for it. But that's what the applicant's representing.
Someone has their hand up down there. Commissioner Perry?
So I was going down that path in the question because the staff report here says that the structure was constructed in the 1950s. So my question is going to be, was it a habitable structure in a guest building prior to the time when the guest building code came out? Was that looked at? Did it predate? Is it grandfathered in?
So thank you for your question. The building itself today is not habitable. It doesn't have the necessary utilities and improvements to allow for someone to live in it. And as recent as 2014, it was listed as a barn, which is not a habitable structure. So whether or not in 1950 to 19 whatever, it could have been used as a second house back in the day. Once that use changes and converts to a barn or some other non-habitable use, new applicants are required to meet the current code based on the day that they apply.
Can I add something here?
Sure.
So basically, that building had a septic system, okay? Which I now have, you can see the green lid on there. That's a pump that pumps it up to my house. That will eventually. I had to stop the work. But before I started the remodel, it had electricity, it had water. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to live there, but I have the house up from there. But, you know, people were living in there before I purchased the property because I saw them. I had also owned the property right in front of that one on 210 South Ormsby. So there was a wood stove in there. They were using wood stove heat, things like that. And, you know, like you can see from the assessor's office, it's actually been 2 residences since 1950, and I contend it's probably been 2 residences in the 1800s, seeing that the property's burned down twice. So, you know, I know that it's a sticky wicket, but, I mean, I just don't want to take it in the shorts for it if I don't have to. And so that's what I'm kind of working on. And I feel like I've got, you know, evidence that says it was a residence from the 50s. And that should be, you know, what I need. And then if you turn to page 6, sorry, yeah, let's see. So on page 6, it says single-family residence 2, and that's the amount of money I've been paying on, you know, that's how they valued it in the assessor's office as far as for the additional taxes I've been paying since they came back and reassessed it in 2020. So I've already been paying for 2 years extra on a residence.
Any other commissioner comments, questions? I guess I have one fundamental question, which is why does the city not want to allow guest buildings to just be rented out and make money? And the reality is it's a fairness and it's to discourage this from happening. And so I'm struggling with trying to come up with, he just renovated this to obviously make an investment property and make money. Why would we not, why would we not grandfather it in? And it would be for the simple fact that everyone else today who comes in before us has to meet these requirements. And I'm having flashbacks to the construction of that fence that was done by someone outside the normal parameters of, you know, hiring a licensed contractor that's going to go and do everything, which is research and be responsible for getting all the appropriate permits and say, well, you know, in Carson City, you have to subdivide if you really want to rent this out, not a residence. And that's kind of my take on this. So I'm having struggle trying to find the exemption reason for this. If this was something that wasn't changed since 1950 and everything had stayed the same, I would say, great, leave it. But it's not the case here. So that's my 2 cents. But any other commissioner comments?
Yes, if I could ask the applicant, have you been paying for 2 water hookups for 2 single-family residents and 2 sewer hookups, or just one?
No, just one. So the water has been fed off my water meter. So, yeah, so that's, yeah. And the sewer, the original plan was to take it up to my house because it's all uphill. There's no sewage on Ormsby. So it's got to go up the alley and then dump into mine and then out. So that was the original plan. But like I say, you know, had I not got this building permit in the first place or had in 2019, you know, these restrictions been presented to me, I wouldn't have started it and just left it the way it was. Because really, the only thing that's changed is the dormers. And the interior, you know, taking out the old interior to put in new interior like you do in a remodel.
Okay. Any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Lloyd?
I have a question for staff. If he had renewed his permit, would this have been caught?
So if the permit had never expired and he completed construction, it was an error on our part to issue the permit to begin with because it was an expansion of a guest building based on his plans that he had submitted, which would require a special use permit. So no, if he had constructed it within that previous permit, it would have been a legally established use.
Okay, thank you.
Any
May
other
I ask the
commissioner?
applicant another question? Do you have a relative you could rent it to
Well-
solve this?
Unfortunately, my mom,
Does your daughter need a place to live?
she's going to be going to college next year, so
Oh, darn.
I'm hoping to get rid of one. No. Yeah, no, I don't have one at this time, but who knows? My parents are getting older, so, yeah. I guess my main point is I really don't want to split up the property. I really don't want the deed restriction, and I want it to remain how it has since the 50s, you know, as far as the functionality of it. And I know that a border, you know, creating a parcel map probably wouldn't change anything on a day-to-day level all that much, but it's still extra hassle and time and money. So that's what I'm trying to save.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have just a general observation. You said that there wasn't any sewer on Ormsby?
There's no sewage on Ormsby. It's to the next street, which I believe is Corvell or Kings
Right,
Canyon.
yeah.
And mine goes to Kings, and it's actually all uphill, so that's why I got that $6,000 pump.
I can't remember the other part of
That's
that
actually,
question,
that's
but-
actually the house. My house is
Oh.
up there further.
Now, if he were to parcel that, wouldn't the parcel map requirements require him to hook up to a sewer line?
Yes, it would.
So-
And
So he's, technically, he couldn't even parcel it
so
without running a sewer line all the way out
Right.
to King or to Carville.
that's right. And Stephen can kind of elaborate on how that might work.
So yeah, we discussed with the applicant, and he actually just described there's another sewer line that goes down the alley down to Kings Canyon, but it would have to be pumped up, and then it would go to gravity at the top and go down to Kings Canyon.
It just seems like an awful lot for such a minor problem that we have here.
I totally agree, but I mean, this is again an investment property. This isn't for, I mean, any other comments?
Looking at this map, this is the
more.
Potter's Old property.
Yes, it is.
It's a Potter's Old property.
Yes.
And at one time, stop it. At one time, the Potters actually came to the Carson City and asked if they wanted to have this parcel for open space and actually added part of the trail there as part of that. So, but my question is right now, I'm seeing a grain outline of a parcel for the vicinity map. I'm seeing a subject site. Is that the new building? And where is your house in relation to that?
So my house is in the very corner. I don't know if it would be the northwest corner, right up in there. Yeah, a little further up.
Okay, but
Towards
it's
the
not
corner.
showing.
And then it doesn't show because it won't show. There's trees that cover the building, so it doesn't. When
On the
they took the
vicinity
picture,
map, it doesn't
yeah,
show?
I don't think so. And you know, like I say, the building isn't new. It's just being remodeled.
Okay, I understand it's being remodeled because anything can be remodeled, but I'm looking at this though too, is that at that time, as I recall, when we had to look at it open space, and I hate to be this way, but that was a barn. And you've got enough land there in order to parcel that off, and I understand that might cost you some money, but it might be something that would be advantageous for you in the future. If your daughter decides to go on to medical school, you could sell the property and pay for it.
Well,
You know, so
my
I don't know.
intention's never to leave that. I love Carson. I love that place. I've been there since 2015, and and I'm never going to leave unless they carry me out in a box. But to your previous point, they had given, I think, 40 acres to the green space behind the house. So but it's pretty vertical. Yeah.
I understand that, but at the time, we had to walk that property, and it was not.
Yeah, I don't know when that was, but this was, when I bought it in 2015, it was listed as 2 residences. And I mean, it wasn't pretty for sure, but I do home health physical therapy. I've seen a lot of residences I wouldn't live in that are perfectly legal.
Okay, any other comments, questions from the commission?
Quick question. I mean, is he going to be subject to refunds based on the fact that he's been paying for 2 residence taxes? Staff?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that question. So we did reach out to the assessor because this is not the first time that a guest building or that property has had 2 residences without really going through the proper permitting and planning commission process. So I did reach out to the assessor, and she referred to NRS 361.045, which states that all property of every kind and nature shall be subject to taxation. And what that really means on a very simple level is that what the property is being used for is what they're going to tax it for. So once every 5 years, they visit different parts of town, and whatever they see on the ground is what is being taxed. So there's a separation between land use rules and taxation. Does that help answer your question?
Okay.
They observed it to be a residence, correct?
Commissioner Perry. It's your mic.
Yes. So I think as Heather said, it's not an uncommon issue, what you have here. And it is one that the commission here spent quite a bit of time on when we were updating Title 18 for this particular subject of guest houses on one particular parcel. And I know we struggled a bit because first of all, if it's, the way the code reads right now, if it is a mother-in-law's quarters, for lack of a better term, that's kind of what it is, then it was approved because it was the same family. One of the issues I recall that we discussed is if we allow guest houses that are going to be rented to non-family members, that they are not being charged a separate water hookup and sewer hookup like would be for a duplex or something like that, right? And that wasn't fair to the other ratepayers, that somebody could get 2 for 1 when they were paying, for one family, the same amount as somebody who was renting something on their site. We never were able to really resolve that. And I think, as Heather said, we basically came to the conclusion that we weren't going to change it because of some of the complications with it. I think that, I think personally think we can approve this with the deed restriction tonight, but the deed restriction is still going to say, you've got to have a relative living there. And then you can complete, what you were constructing there. It's just that you couldn't legally rent it to someone that's not in your family. Is that basically what the code says? I don't have it in front of me, but it's family member.
Yeah, it refers to having family and their non-paying guests, and then it also notes that it may not be rented as a secondary dwelling unit. So essentially, it's the charging of rent that also
triggers it.
Triggers an issue, yes.
Okay. Any other commission comments, questions? All right. Why don't we entertain public comment if there's any at this time? Go ahead and use the microphone.
Thank you, commissioners. I was at some of the discussion over guest house and such, and that was really a tough situation. I have sympathy for anybody that's got something that they're trying to keep up or make well or do a good job with or utilize, but I don't see how you can get around this the way it's set up, not through you. If there's any changes, it would have to be to change the parcel deal. And the sympathy goes with the family and the people in this situation. But everything that I heard at the other meeting, which related to this subject, said once it was established it was going to be a mother-in-law situation, you couldn't rent it. I'm so sorry. That's just my having gone to the same meetings that Mr. Perry's, Commissioner Perry's relating to. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, bringing it back to the commission. I'll start. I think we have to leave that in there as condition 6. I don't think it's been demonstrated that some variance from this should occur. This is zone single family. This would turn this essentially into a multifamily lot situation. I honestly don't think the neighbors were probably noticed that that he's going to have renters here, and I don't know. I'm just not comfortable deviating, especially with all the current upgrades that have happened to the structure. Any other discussion from commissioners? Agree, disagree?
Mr. Chairman, I agree.
Okay.
You want a motion?
Sure. Well, let's ask the applicant. Do you agree that conditions of approval, it seems that we're going to keep condition 6. We have to.
Not at this time. Is that a possible answer? So I'm kind of waiting to hear from Manhard and see what it's going to cost to parcel it out and stuff like that. I wanted to see if there was any wiggle room here. And I mean, I feel like if you look at what I brought today, it's been established as a residence since a long time ago. If you look on the property, there's buildings from the 1800s there, and like a root cellar and things like that. I really don't want to split it up, but if I have to, I have to, I guess.
Well, with the one advantage, Heather, if we pass the special use permit as it's written, at least the special use permit is passed, and then the applicant can work on whatever other things he needs to do. If we turn it down, or what I don't know what
That's why I understand.
how that's helpful for the applicant.
Right, and Mr. Chair, if I can just state for the record, I agree with Commissioner Borders. I'm looking for my findings right now. You have a finding number 5. We don't talk about finding number 5 a lot. We tend to focus on finding number 2. But finding number 5 on page 5 of the staff report says that when you consider a special use permit, you must make sure it meets the definition, specific standards set forth elsewhere in this title for such particular use and meets the purpose statement of that district. So essentially what it says is you have to comply with all the rules. Right now, there's a rule, and Heather Manzo's read that rule to you a number of times now, and it's derived from 1.4 of the development standards. So if that rule if we don't comply with that rule, we can't make finding 5. You really, that's my opinion. And so I think hopefully that's clear. It's up to the applicant. If the applicant, I think with that, you can make the findings. Without it, you can't make the findings. And it's that simple.
Okay, so what is the procedural options we have?
I think if the applicant could say, my project will not have a deed restriction, and that's the end of the story, then you all can say, based on that information, the refusal to put in a deed restriction, we cannot make the findings and we'll deny it. You could say, okay, you need to include the deed restriction and we'll approve it because that's what we have to do because that's what the rules say. Or you can continue it to see if there's new information. I don't know what that new information would be. If the applicant wanted you to continue it to see if he could come up with new information, but we do have that 2014 application that called it a barn. It was my understanding, based on talking to neighbors years ago, that it was a barn. And I'm not sure that there's new information to be had.
Okay, so back to the applicant. I'm not going to go for a continuance on this. I think it's pretty clear. I don't know what Manhart could find beyond the info.
Well,
that
no,
we
this would
already
be,
have.
this would be
But-
to.
But you
parcel
could
out.
pursue removing the deed restriction off a special use permit, correct? That's a,
Right, if he were to subdivide the land, it would not be an accessory dwelling. It would be a primary dwelling, and the deed restriction would be moved. There would be no requirement.
okay.
And there's no way that could be, there could be an error in that, or they could come back and say, oh, you didn't want to do this, so now we can't do this, or, I mean,
Again,
this is what I'm
what-
worried about.
What we're reading from, and we've stated it on the record, so that's not ambiguous, it's really clear where we're reading. It's 1.4 of the development standards, which specifically addresses guest building development and gives us the standards for guest building. If you were to subdivide the land, and I think you and Heather probably talked about this, it would be a primary dwelling unit, therefore we would not read this code section. We'd have no reason to read it.
Okay, so I'll just agree with the conditions.
Okay,
I move to approve special use permit LU-2022-2025858 based on the ability to make all findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
second by Commissioner Borders. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 14D. For possible action, this is LU-2022-0259. For possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a request from the Carson City Parks, Rec, and Open Space Department for a special use permit for the construction of a maintenance building and associated maintenance yard at Property Zone Public Regional located at 851 East William Street. Heather.
Thank you. Good evening again. Heather Manzo for the record. The applicant happens to be the Parks and Rec Department, and they've requested to construct a 9,500 square foot maintenance yard along with a just under 1,600 square foot maintenance shop. And that's on the east side of the Mills Park property. I tried to get the end of the subject point about right at the location where that maintenance area would go. That area is currently improved with some grassy area and some trees, which Parks and Rec are planning on moving the important trees because there are some of note that were planted there for a particular purpose. And then essentially, when we look at the park site, that northeast corner is really one of the areas of the park that doesn't have a lot of programming. And so that's part of the reason that Parks had chosen that location for the maintenance yard. And what it would be utilized for is the storage of maintenance and equipment materials such as lawnmowers, picnic benches, things that they use for maintaining the park site. So in terms of the request, it's a single-story corrugated metal shop. There is a condition recommended, and I do believe that Parks was planning on using a neutral color pattern with this, and then the associated fenced yard for that secured material storage. Whoops. And those are all the plans that I have for you, apparently. So staff is able to make all the necessary findings to recommend approval and are doing so this evening. I did receive one call from a resident who just had questions about the request. No other calls were received. And that concludes my presentation, and Nick is here to speak with you if you'd like. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for staff? Commissioner Borders?
Heather, is the fence slatted so that you can't see through it?
We plan on putting slats in the fence for security purposes and
Yeah.
just the visual impact.
Okay, and they'll either be white or neutral color also.
White or tan, I would imagine, I saw it states that we have to submit the building color for the building permit. It'd be something tan or cream, whatever,
That's
something neutral.
For staff or for the applicant?
For the applicant.
Oh, okay.
The question I have for you is, that's a one-way street, Sealy Loop?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it looks like you have an apron in there for an access?
The apron's already there.
Okay, and so you're going to eliminate 3 parking spaces, and your ingress egress is all going to be heading towards the north?
Officially, yes. The times when maintenance staff is on site and working in the middle of the day during the week, the traffic in the loop is extremely low. You're lucky if there's 4 or 5 vehicles in that loop. So I'm not going to promise you that maintenance carts are going to go the direction they're supposed to in the loop, because I know they don't now. But vehicles will follow that traffic pattern.
Any other questions for staff or applicant? Okay.
Currently how far away from Mills Park are you having to store these things that you need access to?
So what we have right now is a maintenance yard that is virtually the exact same size, about 11,000 square feet total. Directly east of there, if you can see the Marv Texera Pavilion in the gray, the very large structure out by the highway. And then there's 2, yep, you're just about on it right there, Heather. The biggest building is the MTP Pavilion, and then you've got the railroad museum and ticket office, some railroad buildings. So that tiny little building to the south of them is the shed, and it's right there. So essentially, we're just moving the yard east and a bit to the north. We wanted to build the shop there, but it's in the flood zone. And that is not conducive with our budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff, applicant? Was part of the justification I read was about equipment, tools, vandalism, and those sort of things. Are you putting security systems in here too? Cameras, motion detectors?
We do have approved CIP budget for security cameras, and I'm not exactly sure where all of them are going. We're in the process of installing some at various parks and different sites.
Don't tell them. Okay. All right, so for the applicant, are you okay with the conditions for approval?
Mostly. I just have a couple notes. On condition number 3, as far as, I wanted some clarification, which the permit is approved shall commence within 12 months. Can we define commence? Because these construction plans or this design that's included in the package is only 60% design. And I'm the project manager for the Parks Department, so I know how projects go. And if this cost estimate isn't exactly what we think it's going to be, or this does not fit within our budget, I guess what is that? What does commence mean? A building permit?
Yeah, that's right. So a building permit will trigger that timeline. And then, of course, if you're not ready to pull the permit by that time, there are avenues to go ahead and get that extended. The first extension would be administrative, so it wouldn't go before the Planning Commission.
Okay. And then the only other comment I had is other city departments and outside agency comments from community or development engineering noted a backflow preventer must be installed on the domestic water line. There is no domestic water line. So there'll be no water or gas inside the shop. Just some electricity. There'll be a exterior frost-free hydrant for filling up whatever. So I just wanted to note that. And then also the comment from the fire department on the Knox box. I believe that that's only for automated gates. But I can clarify with the fire department, and that would have to get cleared with the building permit anyways. So, other than that, I approve.
And just for the
address-
record, I can
yeah.
confirm that a backflow preventer is not needed on the lack of a water line.
Okay. Any Knox box info?
I can help out with that since I had one last month. So yeah, Nick was exactly correct. The only time that we need that Knox entry is when there's an automated gate. If it's locked with a chain and manual, they just snip the locker. In this case, they have a master key.
Okay. Okay, so it seems like you're in agreement?
I am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other comments, questions, staff, or the applicant? Okay, public comment?
This is a loaded agenda for me, sorry. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Mills Park Lane area, there is a playground area that's next to the adjacent tennis court and now pickleball area that was cleared because of a playground yard unit taken out. I don't know if you know about that. So I was really more of a question is the choice of the location. There is actually a roadway that would have gotten you in to the park. There's also the yard that's existing now that's next to where the train building facilities are. And I'm wondering, are both those areas going to be utilized? And if so, why? Because you would have electric and water up at the existing site, and you're not choosing it for this new work shed. Are you using this work shed or load shed for other parks facilitating equipment? Or is the equipment going to be restricted to that's used on this specific park? And if so, why not use the existing open space that was left by the removal of that playground equipment that I think would facilitate the size that you're talking about? And is an area that's already existing for your storage, which I've paid attention to because it's not secured well and such. And my background in security had me worried about your equipment for a long time. But the main thing is I'm losing time. If you could answer some of those questions, it would make me feel better about your choice of location. I'd appreciate it very much for my understanding. It was one of the things on the agenda that really caught my eye. They're thinking about maybe putting a water park in. They're thinking about perhaps expanding the pickleball area. And to me, Mills Park is so darn beautiful the way it is. I hate to keep thinking you're going to just put buildings on it just for the heck of it or other courts. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Heather, would you like to address the questions or the applicant?
I'll let the applicant address it.
You both looked at each other and said, not me.
The existing yard space, as I mentioned, is within the floodplain. It would require us to raise this building 3 feet off the ground, or put massive vents in the side of it to allow floodwaters to pass through it. We already got to that phase of design, and the budget was going to, there's no way we would have ever constructed it. There's also not water on that site where the existing yard space is. The old playground that was torn out over near the Palo Verde entrance, we're actually in the middle of, I'm starting the Mills Park Master Plan to be conducted this summer and surveys and everything else. We met with various city staff outside of the Parks Department to discuss what would be the best location. This is what we came up with. It's an underutilized area of the park that was best suited for maintenance staff and to not be in the middle or use up valuable real estate, for lack of a better term, of where something that might benefit the public would be of better use. The Palo Verde entrance is also across the stormwater ditch that runs west to east through Mills Park. And the bridges that go over that, we can't drive our big mowers and tractors over those. So you would essentially have to road tractors all the way around to the Solomon entrance to get them on the other side of the ditch.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, discussion, or potential motion?
I move to approve LU 2-2022-259 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report.
Second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 14E, LU-2022-0260. For possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a request from Catherine Ardesco for a special use permit to establish a tattoo parlor within an existing building on a property zoned retail commercial located at 1802 North Carson Street. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Manzo. Once more before I hand it over to the other Heather. So the applicant has made a request to locate a tattoo parlor within one of the second-story suites of the existing building at 1802 North Carson. Per our code in this zoning district, a tattoo parlor does require a special use permit to be approved before they can establish that use. So the applicant has made that request. They did open up about a month ago, with their retail component, and they're waiting on potential review of this to commence with the tattoo parlor use. Staff is recommending approval. I did receive one call from a nearby neighbor asking about potential impacts and things of that nature. But once we discussed the request and where it was located and everything, there were no further concerns or comments. So staff is able to make all the findings and is recommending approval. And the applicant is in the audience if you wish to address her. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know how long it's been required for tattoo parlors to have a special use permit, but as the sheriff said, there's increased crime rates. Is there?
So having been in planning for a little over 20 years now, it was a use that did raise more concern maybe back in the day, but now it's a pretty regular occurrence to have tattoo parlors spattered all throughout cities. So no, there were no comments from the sheriff's department in that nature.
We have fewer sailors in town.
Yeah. Any questions for staff? Okay, could the applicant come up, please? Go ahead and hit the button to make that green. And state your name for the record.
Catherine Ardesco.
Okay. Have you read the conditions of approval?
Yes.
And you're in agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, is there any public comment?
Maybe.
My name's Alex Alcantara, for the record. I just wanted to come before you guys as a concerned member of the tattoo community, somebody that truly loves and respects tattooing as an art form, as well as its history and culture. It's important to note that this business has made no secret that they have already been tattooing, posting videos on their business social media accounts depicting tattooing in their location as recent as yesterday. Based on these videos, there are concerns. In the videos, it can be plainly seen that the furniture the clients are on while they're being tattooed are not wrapped with a barrier film. It's an industry standard that all surfaces the client would touch has a barrier to ensure sterility. The cord of the tattoo machine is not wrapped. Tattoo machine's cord can come into contact with skin. Generally in a tattoo studio, these are basic things. In one video, the artist is shown shaving an area to be tattooed without gloves. In many of the videos, the artist is applying stencils without gloves. Again, if the artist is touching the client in any capacity, there should be a barrier. This is a basic thing. Any one of these things would be a massive red flag to me, and I would never, ever get tattooed somewhere that didn't follow very obvious standards put in place to protect my health as well as the artist's. It's clear that the artist in this business hasn't apprenticed in an established tattoo studio and learned these basic necessary methods of hygiene and safety. As somebody who cares about the tattoo community as well as the health of the community at large, I'm asking that this special use permit for this business be denied. It is extremely concerning to me that this business has been tattooing unpermitted and has been doing so unsafely. We have many amazing tattoo studios in our region with artists and owners who've put a lot of time and effort into ensuring that their clients and artists are safe. These safety standards give integrity to the art form. We've come so far from the perception of the dingy, sketchy tattoo parlor to the safe and vibrant modern studios that we have today in this community and elsewhere. And that is because the artists and studios have held themselves to the highest standards and are teaching the next generations of tattooers these same standards. If we allow a business that hasn't cared about being permitted until now, that isn't holding themselves to the same standards of safety and hygiene, then that integrity that everybody else has worked so hard for is compromised, and that is unfair. I don't think we want to let people know that all you've got to do is get your hands on a tattoo machine and figure it out as you go along, and be able to, get people sick. Right now, you can get a tattoo machine on Amazon, right? Like, I could buy one today and come before you guys and say I want to have a tattoo business. That doesn't mean I'm following best practice standards for safety. I am concerned that somebody's going to get sick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment on this?
Sir, did you sign in?
Oh, yeah, print your name on there, please.
And can I comment on?
Let's get through the public comment first, and then we'll address comments from the public. Is there any other public comment at this time? Okay, then bringing it back, I'm going to go to Heather first. What are the requirements as far as safety and those sort of things, certifications?
So that is something that's reviewed and kind of regulated by our health department. When the health department reviewed the application, they approved without additional comment. So noting that this is before the business is to be established. So I think the applicant can best answer questions related to the permitting that they need to get. I did see in their packet that they did have some certificate that's required for this type of use.
Okay, would the applicant like to address?
Yeah. So a couple of things. Is that on? Can
Yeah,
you hear
just
me?
get closer to it.
Closer.
Closer. Closer. Bring the mic closer. And turn it on. There you go.
Okay. So a couple comments on that. I totally do agree that safety is super important. I've been doing this since 2015. It's not like I'm new to it. Anything that I've posted on social media has come from a secondary location. We were just trying to post what we have plans on doing, basically. And then as far as the barrier on the chair, Brendan, the health department inspector, because I also do permanent makeup right next door. It's the same equipment. I'm using the same stuff. But permanent makeup and tattoo parlor are like two different, I guess, licenses. And so for tattoo parlors, why I have to get the special use permit. And so I'm using the same equipment and everything. And he says that I don't need the barrier on the chair as long as I'm using the mat aside in between the client and the chair, which is all in my infection control plan, as well as I can't remember all the things stated, but I do agree that it is a concern to obviously be as sterile as possible. And I have been trained, granted, I started in permanent makeup, so obviously my training is a little different than if I had gone through an apprenticeship in a tattoo parlor, but it's the same machine. I know voltages, I know depth, I know all those things. If anything, I'm working on more delicate skin on the face than now on the body. I also did do like an online apprenticeship and then worked on fake skin for like close to 6 months after that, even though I already had experience. And yeah, I don't know what else I'm missing on the comments.
Okay. Commissioner Preston?
Hi. I was going to ask you, for the permanent makeup, are you required to be licensed through the cosmetology board?
I am a cosmetologist.
It is licensed and overseen by the State of Nevada Cosmetology Board for you to do permanent makeup.
For the permanent makeup, the Cosmo board does not come in. I
Okay.
am a cosmetologist, but it's separate. It's actually under a body decoration license, which Brendan is also my health inspector for that.
Okay, so there's a health inspector that inspects for tattoos and for permanent makeup. Is there any kind of, for instance, I mean, I'm in real estate, so I am a realtor, and I'm this, and I'm that, and I've got all these other different accreditations. Do you have some kind of governing board, like where we have the state of Nevada, or is it the health department?
The health department.
Is it? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And it's the same person, and it's a location that's just right next door to my current location, so. But one has the body decoration license currently, and now I'm moving into the secondary location.
Okay, but there's not a specific license for tattooing that is different, that is not
No, you need
overseen?
your
Okay.
bloodborne pathogens, which I do have.
Okay.
And that is all.
Okay. Commissioner Kilgore?
So I'm familiar with the capacity of a lot of what you do. I'm friends with owners of different tattoo parlors as well. And I do understand the difference of doing something differently and doing something right.
Yeah.
One thing I'm not familiar with, I'd really like to ask, what is the capacity of the customer to assess their own risk in your business?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What's the customer's capacity to assess their risk in your business? Whether or not, they look at your business and say, that's someplace I want to get a tattoo or not? I mean, is that, obviously, like you said, you only answer to health. So,
Right.
I mean, so it comes down to, who the customer is and where they're comfortable getting a tattoo is what
Right.
I'm asking, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I've already passed my inspection and everything. I did that to this special use permit, and so everything is, disposable. We have all of our licensing up. It's clean. It's a bright space. It's a different experience than a normal tattoo. We're doing spiritual tattooing, so you're getting Reiki along with a tattoo for mental healing. I won't go into it and waste your time, but
I guess I was just asking whether or not it's, a question of, is different wrong? Which in my opinion, I don't find it to be. So I'm just
Right.
really curious about the, what the capacity is for the customer to assess their own risk. Like, do they have to sign a waiver when they get a tattoo
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that in case this or that does happen, that it's, of course, you're
Right.
not liable?
A part of what I had to do to pass the inspection was show my waiver that I was going to have people sign and checking IDs and stuff like that. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other commissioner comments, questions, discussion? Commissioner Perry?
Yeah.
A question for the applicant. Have you been doing tattooing commercially in this space prior to coming here today asking for a special use permit?
I've been doing the permanent makeup next door, and I have done tattoos that we posted online, but not in the current location for this, because I did a minor apprenticeship, and we are moving locations. So this is the new location that we're going to be in.
So you've been in this business already before at another location?
I mean, under a different name. So this is a new business, but yes.
Thank you.
And so you tagged basically your new business name on some of your old work, and that's why it would appear on
Well,
social media?
we were trying to like promote awareness, so we were posting stuff under the new name, correct? Like to get a list of people that were interested. All the videos that I have were from a couple of months ago, and I've just been posting them recently in hopes that this is going to go through, and I have a waiting list of about 160 people, so.
I guess from my standpoint, I'm happy people are trying to get compliant with the law, because I've probably broken the law a couple times building a fence or doing such things in life, but I know it'll catch up eventually. Any other discussion, comments, or perhaps a motion?
I'll move to approve the special use permit case number LU-200-0260 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 14F, LU-2022-0261 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding a request from Mears Pipeline LLC for a special use permit to allow for outdoor storage of equipment and materials on two adjacent parcels zoned Air Industrial Park located at 2451 and 2501 Arrowhead Drive. New Heather.
Heather Ferris for the record. The subject parcels are located on the south side of Arrowhead Drive near the airport. They are zoned Air Industrial Park. The westernmost parcel is currently developed with a 4,136 square foot metal warehouse building, which also has a small office and bathroom. And the easternmost parcel is vacant. The applicant is proposing to utilize the two adjacent parcels for outdoor storage of equipment and materials necessary for their work on the expansion of the natural gas lines. They'll use the existing building for office space, restrooms, and indoor storage. Per 1804-155 of the Municipal Code, outdoor storage is an allowed use in the AIP zoning district, subject to first obtaining a special use permit, and subject to the requirements outlined in Division 1.12 of the Development Standards. Staff has recommended conditions to ensure compliance with Division 1.12. There are 7 findings of fact that the Planning Commission must make in the affirmative in order to approve a special use permit. Staff has made all findings and is recommending approval, subject to 9 conditions of approval included in your staff report. We have not received any public comments on this item. Bruce Robertson is here representing the applicant and may wish to address the commission, and I'm available for questions.
Okay. I have a question. What triggers equipment or what level of parking a truck or a vehicle on a lot around here requires this?
Well, there's parking a vehicle and there's outdoor storage. So we have a vacant parcel where the primary use would be storage of materials and equipment. There's no other use.
That's obviously going to be used in something. It's not going to be a permanent storage thing. It's for construction. It's for
Right, so any outdoor
product in
storage
motion.
over longer than 24 hours is considered a permanent outdoor storage.
Okay. It's not a limitation at my property, is it?
No.
Okay.
So there's typical
'Cause
residential
I'm missing a special use
uses.
permit. I might have to apply.
There's typical residential uses and there's a commercial use of a vacant property.
I know,
And they're
I'm just
looking at
thinking
commercial use of a
if you're a
vacant property.
commercial property and you have
Permanently
material coming in, coming out,
And that
storing
they're-
over 24 hours.
So there are some, it depends on the zoning district. So there are accessory uses. So if you have a commercial property, you can, if it's general commercial, for example, you could have
20% of your lot could be utilized for outdoor storage. Accessory does not require a special use permit. So there's exceptions in the code. In this case, because it's a vacant parcel, it's the primary use of the parcel. It's a commercial use of the parcel. It's clearly not a residential area. We're looking at requiring a
Okay,
special use permit.
I wasn't being facetious. I was actually generally curious on what triggers this, what level of work, and again, I'm happy applicants are getting compliant. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Borders?
Heather, what's the makeup of those lots right now? Are they just dirt?
So if we go back one photo,
Okay.
it's a little bit difficult to see, but the easternmost parcel, which is on the left-hand
To the left of the pink
screen,
trailer?
yeah, it's essentially natural vegetation. And then we've got some pavement on the other parcel.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, applicant? Oh, one more.
My name is Bruce Robertson. I represent Mears Pipeline, who would be the tenant on the property should the special use permit be approved. They have a 3-year contract with Southwest Gas with a potential 3-year extension to do gas line improvements within our area. And they need the area to store their materials that they'll be using to make those improvements. The building is essential to them because there's some materials that should not be stored outside by themselves that need security. So that's their intent for the use of the property.
Okay, have you seen the conditions for approval, and are you in agreement with those?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Borders?
Is this gonna be their primary yard?
Yes,
For
for
the
this
3 years,
contract.
plus maybe 3 years, this would be their central location
Yes,
and their central storage yard?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any
Go
other-
ahead, I'm sorry.
History on the property is it used to be owned by Lift Engineering across the street, and they used this property for outside storage for decades. And now it has new ownership, but, so it's had that kind of use for a long time.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay.
Yeah, yes, one. Bruce, does the applicant intend on storing any explosives on this property?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you, because that would be within the airport zone a problem. Okay.
Okay. Let's move on to any public comment on this item. Okay, bring it back to the commission for any final discussion or perhaps a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve LU 2022-0261 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval indicated in the staff report.
Second by Vice Chair Preston. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. Mhm. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? We'll take a 5-minute break before we hit this last item. Okay, calling back the commission. Moving on to item 14G and 14H, possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a request from Qualcan LLC for a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the Board of Supervisors to amend Division 1.20 of Title 18, Appendix of the Carson City Municipal Code to amend various provisions related to marijuana, governing the number of retail marijuana stores allowed in Carson City and the availability of drive-through services at medical marijuana dispensaries and retail marijuana stores. In addition to that, item 14H, discussion and possible action regarding a request from the Carson City Board of Supervisors for a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the board to amend Division 1.20 of Title 18 Appendix of the CCMC to establish various provisions related to marijuana governing curbside pickup at medical marijuana dispensaries and retail marijuana stores. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Fairskin, for the record. So as the chair just introduced, there are two requests before you this evening. One was received from an applicant, the other is city initiated. The applicant has applied for a zoning code amendment to our marijuana establishment regulations. They're requesting that regulations be amended to allow for an additional retail marijuana store and drive-through services. Given this application, staff has also agendized an ordinance to address curbside pickup, which was previously discussed by the Board of Supervisors on August 5th of last year. So a little bit about the current regulations. Recreational marijuana was legalized in the state of Nevada in 2016. Based on population, state law allows the city to have 2 medical marijuana dispensaries and up to 4 retail marijuana stores. State law also allows the city to establish their own regulations for marijuana establishments relating to zoning, advertising, business licensing, etc. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance to allow for recreational marijuana establishments. Medical marijuana establishments were already allowed and addressed in the code. So marijuana regulations are codified in Division 1.20 of the development standards. Specific to the issues at hand this evening, Division 1.20.1J currently limits medical marijuana establishments to 2, consistent with state law. Division 1.20.1K allows retail marijuana stores to be jointly located within the same premises as an existing medical marijuana dispensary, thereby limiting retail marijuana stores to 2 as well. Division 1.20 does not address curbside pickup. However, Division 1.20.2 subsection C expressly prohibits drive-through services. So there are 2 ordinances for your consideration this evening, one for each application. The proposed ordinance for the applicant's request modifies the current regulations to allow for 3 retail marijuana stores, eliminates the requirement for retail marijuana stores to be co-located with a medical marijuana dispensary, and instead reverses this to require the medical marijuana dispensary to be co-located with a retail marijuana store, and modifies the current regulations to allow for drive-through services. The proposed ordinance for the city's request modifies the current regulations to allow for curbside pickup, subject to approval of a special use permit, and then additionally outlines that pickup may only be by appointment, must be scheduled to avoid traffic congestion and off-site spillover of waiting vehicles, be at or outside of a medical marijuana dispensary or retail marijuana store, be located on private property, not be located in front of another business or in a fire lane, be at a location visible on an operable security camera system, and not have directional signage or shade structures that contain any commercial signage for a dispensary. If the Planning Commission recommends approval to allow for drive-through services, You may want to consider clarifying that drive-through uses must be included in a special use permit request and are subject to the same or similar provisions as curbside pickup. I will note, we did consult with the sheriff's office regarding the applicant's request. The sheriff indicated that they haven't experienced any marked challenges with the current regulations or the current stores, and therefore doesn't have any objections to an additional retail marijuana store. However, he did caution that the drive-through uses should be looked at very carefully, and to ensure that if we did, as a city, move forward with allowing drive-through uses, that there are adequate safety and security measures for monitoring. And he indicated that having cameras that are available to view at the sheriff's office may be something that could alleviate those concerns. So there are 3 findings of fact that the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors must make in the affirmative in order to approve a zoning text amendment. Staff has made those findings in the affirmative, as outlined in the staff report. The Planning Commission makes recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and the decision to allow additional retail marijuana stores, drive-through services, and curbside pickup is ultimately a policy decision of the Board of Supervisors. We have not received any public comments so far relating to these applications, and with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay. Does anyone have questions for staff? I'll start with a clarifying question. So the 2 amended documents in our packet here, one is from the board and one is from the applicant.
Todd, do you want to address this one?
Sure, this is Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. Essentially, you're correct, Chair Wiggins. One proposed ordinance is the applicant is the board. The district attorney's office prepared that proposed ordinance consistent with the board's direction about 9 months ago. Very briefly, there was an ordinance brought forward regarding curbside delivery at marijuana establishments. Approximately 9 months ago, the proposal was to prohibit curbside delivery. The board heard that ordinance and requested that an ordinance be brought forward allowing curbside delivery. And so this ordinance originates from that discussion with the Board of Supervisors. The other ordinance was put in the existing format by the DA's office. However, the content is essentially was requested by the applicant, Qualcan, I believe. In this, we were trying to simply replicate what the applicant was seeking as far as changes to the Carson City Municipal Code go.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions, comments for staff? Commissioner Preston.
Yeah, I am really confused on this. And the reason I'm really confused on this is that this is, in my opinion, a Board of Supervisors decision that's being kicked to the Planning Commission. So, you like that? Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, I'm looking at this saying, okay, the state allowed us to have 4 medical marijuana, actually 4. The state said 4, but then the city supervisor said 2. Then it was medical, then it became retail next to the side of it. And they decided this, and this is absolutely fine, and they were allocated however that was allocated. It is odd for me that a applicant is coming in and asking us to change an ordinance, not a Board of Supervisor, and why we would be changing an ordinance, again, because that has nothing to do with this. That seems strange to me. My question is a couple of things. Is if the Board of Supervisors would like this, why not 4 instead of 3 if this was what was allocated. The other question I have for this is, I understood it was determined on population. And when I look at a sphere of this area, I look and say, okay, we have 2 in Carson City, none in Douglas County. We have new one in Lyon County on Highway 50. We have several in Washoe County. We've got 9 south of the airport in Reno. Then we have them in South Lake Tahoe. We have one in Incline. Okay. That seems to be given the population that's here, although a lot of people moved here from California, I don't think our population increased that much. So that's a question for me. That's on the one ordinance. I don't know why we're there. The other ordinance is in regards to pickup and curbside and delivery. I believe that the curbside pickup was due to COVID. The drive-up, I can't believe this. You don't have a drive-up liquor store in Nevada. Why would you have a drive-up pot store? It doesn't make sense to me. So those things right here, I don't see why we're talking about it at all. So anyway, that's what I have to say about it.
Mr. Chair, can I just frame what's before you? You just had an item for a special use permit for tattoo. A couple years ago, you had a text amendment to allow tattoo parlors in I think it was the retail commercial or general commercial zoning district. I'm looking at Commissioner Borders, and I'm sure Commissioner Eswine was on at that time. And what happened was and Commissioner Preston may have been, I don't remember who was on at that time. It was a couple of years ago. And the person came forward and said, I'd like to amend the code. I think that tattooing is no longer something that needs to be regulated to industrial zoning districts, as the code says. And so I'm petitioning the city to amend your rules and to say you can have tattoo parlors in commercial zoning districts. I don't remember if it was retail or whatever, subject to a special use permit. The commission conducted a public hearing, just like you're conducting a public hearing today, and you haven't had the benefit of the public input yet, and made a recommendation to the board based on the 3 findings of fact. So I would argue what's before you today is not that dissimilar from what was before this commission a couple of years ago when somebody petitioned to allow a tattoo parlor in commercial zoning districts. That was amending the text of the zoning ordinance. This is a request to amend the text of the zoning ordinance. Sometimes you have a zoning map amendment, sometimes you have a zoning text amendment. And so it doesn't start with the board. The way the code reads is the application comes before the planning commission, because what does the planning commission do? The planning commission does nothing but land use. That's all you do. The board does a lot. We just talked about it earlier at the Growth Management Commission, the budgets, everything else. So the board has said to the planning commission, when somebody wants to change the rules on land use, i.e. amend the zoning code, we want you to conduct the public hearing. We want you to look at the 3 required findings of fact, which are on pages 3 through 4 of the staff report. And we want you to tell us what you think we should do. We might do it, might not do it, but we want your recommendation. So I hear the frustration, but at the end of the day, you all are the ones who kind of vet the land use matters for the board of supervisors and provide the recommendation. Thank you.
Commissioner Perry? Oh.
Yes, I heard what you said there, and I understand that with regards to the curbside pickup and don't disagree. But this is a change that allows for a change in business licenses. There's no specific place where someone's proposing this. There's no land upon which it's, this request is, and I have to go back, I guess, to when the statutes were passed, as was said, and there was a population number put to that, and I assume that that's an NRS, that then there was an action by the city in 2018, right, that said, so we're not going to have 4, we're going to have 2. Did that decision start with the Planning Commission?
Yes, it did. It went through the same exact process
Hmm.
in 2017.
I mean, that's like saying, how many Lowe's are we going to have here? Or big box stores or something, and we've never had any input on that. So I'm scratching my head to why would we be the ones that made a recommendation for whether or not another pharmacy or drugstore or big box store was here? Why is it
Because
specific?
the zoning code currently addresses the number of allowable dispensaries and retail marijuana stores.
Because it's
And the
entitled,
zoning-
because it's in
because
Title
it's in
18 is
Title
what you're
18.
saying.
Exactly.
And I think if you look at the findings of fact, because we don't do zoning text amendments again. If we were before you with a special use permit, you guys would not be having this conversation. We don't have these a lot, just like we don't have variances a lot, okay? So I think if we break it down and look at the findings, okay, finding 1, the proposed amendment is in substantial compliance and supports the goals and policies of the master plan. Finding 2, that the proposed amendment will provide for land use compatibility with existing adjacent land uses and will not have a detrimental impacts to other properties in the vicinity. And your third finding, that the proposed amendment will not negatively impact existing or planned public services or facilities and will not adversely impact the public health, safety, and welfare. That's really, when you consider a text amendment, you're looking at those 3 findings. So I'm going to suggest that you ask Heather all the questions you have, you ask Todd all the questions you have to make sure you understand the request before you, then open it to the public and hear what the public has to say and the applicant has to say, and then focus in on those findings. Because I feel like you feel like there's a policy decision being made, but what it is we're looking at our zoning rules and amending the zoning rules. And it starts with you and your public hearing.
And Mr. Chair, if I may jump in, I simply wanted to go back to what Hope was, Director Sullivan was commenting on before, and it's really a procedural thing. Because this is in Chapter 18, the CCMC 1802.075, which is regarding zoning map amendments and zoning code amendments, says that it comes to the Planning Commission for a hearing first. And under that section, you make a recommendation to the board. You're not approving the ordinance. You're not denying the ordinance. Your recommendation to the board can be, yes, we recommend it as is. Your recommendation to the board can be, no, we don't recommend it at all. Your recommendation can be anything in between. You can recommend it with edits and changes from what's been presented to you. But after your recommendation is made, that recommendation then goes to the board. So as you've mentioned during the discussion, the board has set out these policies, and you can note, that pursuant to the board's policies, we're, denying or recommending denial. And then that sets it up for the board to consider the policies at play. But I simply wanted to reiterate that this is just the beginning of the process, and all you're doing is making a recommendation to the board.
Okay, any questions for staff at this point? Is drive-through alcohol sales allowed?
No.
No.
Let's go to, say, the city of Reno, where there are a number of these. Is curbside pickup allowed in their ordinance?
I believe curbside pickup is allowed in the city of Reno. I am not sure about drive-through. I am aware that in southern Nevada, there are dispensaries that have drive-through.
Commissioner Perry, if I can add on to that very briefly, I do know that the the state of Nevada Cannabis Compliance Board was considering curbside delivery regulations. I don't know the status of that, but it is it is at the Cannabis Compliance Board.
So there may be changes to Nevada Administrative Code under the Cannabis Compliance Board that addresses this.
That is correct. As far as from a regulatory standpoint, the Cannabis Compliance Board will or has, I don't know the status of those regulations, establish certain regulations relating to curbside pickup. That does not prevent Carson City from also establishing an ordinance regarding curbside pickup.
And if they do change Nevada Administrative Code, would it override city code?
That would depend on the precise provisions. It may not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll just point out that we do have at least one person in the audience who represents the marijuana industry and may be able to speak more specifically to what the other communities are doing and how they're approaching it. I'm not sure that the city staff has vetted the entire state in ongoing legislation.
Okay. All right. How about the applicant then?
There isn't one.
There
Well, I guess
isn't?
there is.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a half of one.
Matt Robinson for the record.
Bruce Robertson for the record.
Okay. Do you have any, I guess you're in agreement because your language is here, so I'm not going to ask that question. Do you have any other insight into this or explanation?
So a couple of things on capacity and kind of appetite for dispensaries in this market. The state obviously came through and had determined that Carson City could support 4 dispensaries. We kind of always thought that the way that Carson started out this process was admirable. Let's start with 2. Let's see how the program progresses. The CCB's been established at this point to kind of guide local jurisdictions through that. And then in kind of our conversations, our market research, we've determined that a 3rd dispensary is viable here. As for drive-throughs, they do occur in Clark County. I don't know if it's in city Las Vegas boundaries yet, but in the county it is, so it does exist. And generally speaking, you're starting to look at that as a safer alternative to curbside. The transaction is much cleaner. It's much tighter, it's controlled, and there's generally in the project that we'll be proposing, you'll be seeing it next month here, there will be a security guard placed in the drive-through. Everybody in the car is ID'd. If somebody in the car is not 21, there is no deal. They have to leave the premises. So it's a very controlled thing. We're also very open to working with the sheriff's office. Any of those conditions we're fine with. Safety is my clients, one of their highest priorities. So we think the city's ready for it. This is going to be part of essentially a larger development that's going in at the site, hopefully. So it will not just be a dispensary. There will be more to this. So we thought that was important to point out as well.
Okay. Public comment, or are you an applicant? Or
I'm with Matt.
Oh, okay. Do you have any comments to add, or?
The applicant is licensed in the state right now. They have a facility in Reno, and I believe they're in the process of opening their 3rd dispensary in Clark County, Las Vegas area. And just to add what Matt said about the drive-through, it is highly regulated, and it's not, you just don't like phone in an order and drive through and get it. It doesn't work that way. They do ID everybody in the car. There is security right there. There's a lot of security cameras on the drive-through. And these guys are a first-class operator. I don't think they've ever had one thing written up against them from the state whatsoever. So for whatever that's worth.
And if I can add on that too, inherently the process, kind of the curbside process it's more open for issues, right? It's more open for safety concerns. You have, in a lot of cases, probably a very young employee, possibly after dark, walking out to a parked car with product, doing a cash exchange, and then going back inside the building with said cash. This is a much different scenario where nobody leaves the vehicle, nobody from the facility leaves the facility during the transaction, and it's all done through a window, again, with a security guard that's verified that everybody is of age. There will be very significant posting about that everyone that is in one of these establishments should know by now. Obvious driving laws, you cannot partake and then drive, things to that effect. So there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this. You're going to start seeing, I believe Washoe County and specifically the city of Reno is going to be taking up the drive-through issue here shortly as well.
Okay. So in your application, in addition to having the moving to 3 stores, you just wanted drive-through service permitted and not even address the curbside pickup because that's not ideal.
We're generally agnostic to that, correct?
Okay. Any commissioners have questions,
I have a
comments?
question.
Okay.
Typically, with a drive-through operation, there's a very large menu placed at the beginning of the driveway. Our code now says that the only exterior identification can be your sign, and that's limited to a certain size. How are you going to do a menu, an outdoor menu that meets our code?
I don't believe there will be a menu. I think there is obviously a speaker where you speak to, and they have one of their specialists within the building, and you'll ask for whatever type of product you're looking for, and he'll discuss it with you, and then you get to the pickup window.
And we also anticipate a lot of this traffic will be online orders. These folks are just coming to pick it up. They're not necessarily there to peruse and shop and kind of see all the options. A lot of your possibly a little bit older folks that may not want to go in, may not be as mobile. This is going to be an option for them too. So there will not be a McDonald's style menu as you enter or anything to that effect. And I believe that would be prohibited at a statewide level too.
Commissioner Lloyd has her hand raised and a motion.
I didn't mean to make a motion. I just pushed the wrong button. So my question is, you mentioned and you talked about like security being needed and this and that and kind of rules around what a drive-through operation would be, but I don't see that reflected in the ordinance proposal. Just and if you refer to the one that the city actually formulated, there is more detail there. And so I think that like just saying it's permitted makes it hard to really say like how safe it would actually be, what rules would be in place for that to be allowed.
And it was our understanding, and I see what you're saying, it was our understanding that when the actual special use permit comes before you, those things will be articulated kind of very clearly at a project level basis. With that said, we're certainly amenable to updating this to reflect those concerns and kind of lay it out a little bit more clearly.
Commissioner Borders, you have?
In your proposed ordinance that we're looking at, the way I read it, it still says there will be 3 marijuana retail stores and only 2 dispensaries.
I'll defer to staff on that.
That's correct.
Okay.
So
So if this ordinance became whatever it becomes, we're in essence only saying we're going to license one more retail facility in Carson City.
That was the request that came to staff.
Okay?
If the planning commission feels that, you know, a fourth retail marijuana store is.
No, that's not where I was going.
Well, that's something that you can recommend.
Yeah.
Because state law does allow for that. So we're still within the limits of state law. 2 medical marijuana dispensaries and up to 4
Yeah.
retail.
Okay.
Commissioner Borders, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You have several options. The Planning Commission has several options in regard to that particular section of the statute. Nevada law does allow up to 4 marijuana retail stores in Carson City. So your options could be recommend denial, recommend as is, recommend 4 stores consistent with the NRS, or you could recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the ordinance be changed to simply reflect the number approved by state law.
Go for it.
Currently, I may not be correct on this, but currently we have the retail medical, because originally we started out with medical, and then they added retail. And didn't we ask that they have 2 separate entrances and that they had to work concurrently? So why would we be doing just a retail instead of a retail medical, which is required by the existing?
So that's the request that's before you. We can't have another medical marijuana dispensary. So it would be presumably a freestanding retail marijuana store if we had a 3rd location.
Can you explain, Heather? So going in the Wayback Machine, medical marijuana was legalized first, so they
Correct.
limited it to 2.
That's
Then
correct.
recreational was legalized, but they said, well, we don't want those in addition to the 2 we have. They have to be co-located, right?
Right.
So that's where we live today.
So
Does
that's-
state law still have those provisions separating
State law
medical
addresses them totally
dispensaries?
separately.
They still do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So NRS 678B220 subsection C addresses the medical marijuana, the number of licenses that could be provided. And then 260 subsection C addresses the retail. And basically what it says is that for populations of 55,000 or more, but less than 100,000, you can have 2 medical marijuana dispensaries or 4 adult use cannabis retail stores.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant, staff? The way I think I'll approach this is we have like several different options here and components. So we'll start with one of them and kind of get a feeling what the commission's leaning towards. But first, let's get some public comment, if there's any public comment on this.
Engage my public comment on as much information, so if someone else that has more information they'd like to share. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello, there we go. My name is Will Adler, and I am here upon behalf of both Sierra Wellness and Rise Cannabis Dispensaries here in Carson City. I am the principal of Silver State Government Relations, and we represent both of them on this matter. I was informed of this matter kind of offhandedly about last Monday, I think, and then the comments sort of solidified recently, so I'm sorry to give them to you late and sort of in hard copy form. But this is of great interest and concern to both Sierra Well and Rise Cannabis Dispensary because they were not previously informed about this effort or the desire to have a 3rd license in Carson City. This was previously stated as something that would never happen or not happen. As I've included in the packet from Rise, The Planning Commission did declare very loudly before even the closing of the 2018 application period, shall take no new recreational dispensaries in Carson City at all, ever, right? And they include that in a letter. That was pretty clear. After the closing of that period, Rise GTI they purchased Essence Henderson, which is one of the winners of the licensing rounds here in Carson City. Upon purchasing that, they did follow up and ask members of the board of supervisors and others in Carson City, is it the intent to open up recreational-only dispensaries? The answer was no. There was no intent to do that, and they did not want to see new recreational stores. Rise did no efforts from there forward to develop that fourth license or their third license there. As you can see in sort of their comment, if they had known that there was an effort to go forth, they would do such. But to date, what we see today is the applicant is proposing a property that is just under a half-mile away from, Rise's back door there, and it is in the exact same traffic corridor that Rise uses today, going up towards, Tahoe and Incline Village. As Planning Commissioner Preston has already pointed out, is there a demand or a need for more cannabis in Carson City? The answer is no. Sierra Wellness's letter does address that more clearly because upon the opening of the new Mound House dispensary and upon the opening of any dispensary in the area, we've seen a noticeable drop in all sales in Carson City sales market and the competition or the price per sale go down. So the idea that new taxable increases in income would be abound or new investments would happen because of this one thing is incorrect in our opinion and or misguided. To put a finer point on it, GTI's letter also states that in all other municipalities and jurisdictions, when it came to the ranking of and what is the third, the fourth license in this category, Essence did actually have the higher state score than this applicant here. Qualcan received their license only as a settlement to the statewide lawsuit that happened after the 2018 licensing round. So they're late to the game, got it in a settlement, and essentially Rise was not aware of the issue before, or they would have been asking for the inclusion of their license or to open this up. But really and if I may have another minute, I know I'm past 3 minutes here, I'm sort of talking for two people at once. But really one of the questions was if there was a desire to have more growth and more investment in the marijuana culture or the Carson City cannabis community at all, the idea would be to expand where you could put these rather than just the number of, right? Because what happened under medical was a very limited, restrictive commercial corridor where this was allowed. And I'm not seeing any desire to actually expand or move this around or put one north, as you said, in the north end of town or somewhere else. It's just sort of flopping it out and saying we need one more here. But I think it would create far more problems than it would solve, especially when it comes to what is the third license opposed to, what is the situation on the ground today. So again, thank you for taking my questions. I have a lot of knowledge of the industry as well. If I could provide some insight there, I will do so. But that is the end of my public comment on behalf of Sierra Wellness and Rise. Briefly though, they did pass curbside regulations at the CCB. They did confirm it was under a state of emergency originally that curbside was allowed under the governor's order, and every other sort of state agency used that for all emergency ordinances. We did come up with the curbside policy in a bridged way. Carson City was aware of that and sort of permitted that, and we sort of worked with the Carson City Sheriff's Office to allow that. And it does have a very structured sale in the outdoor of a facility, but it was simply to be such as Walmart and anyone else having a curbside function during COVID when we couldn't allow people in the store. Since that, the state has matured that and said, you need to hit these benchmarks to keep your curbside policy. Our regs have solidified to the point that we know where they are, and they are fully in line or very similar to what Carson City is asking for. They increase the requirements a little bit. They're a little bit more stringent, but they're totally fine and do line up with the state's thoughts of curbside delivery.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Did you grab our sign-in sheets, or?
Oh, yes, I did.
Tamara would be mad. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're running out of time here.
Okay.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Commissioners, this little piece of paper from the appeal had me running over some thoughts that I have from my experience of having asked somebody of what is allowed and what is not allowed in Carson, and I got some very definite. There's only three things, and I can't remember all of them, and I don't want to mention the first one because it won't make it anyhow. But the main thing is that marijuana was basically considered a no-no. It wasn't ever going to come here. It wasn't going to come in any kind of form. If you wanted to make tennis shoes out of the leaves, or if you wanted to, it was a no-no, okay, when I first got here. Things have changed, and I'm sort of like, okay, I'd rather have less car washes, and then if it's a competition thing, see who can come up after everybody's beat it out by trying to compete with each other, and not put a limit on how many marijuana places can be, as long as they fit the health department and all the other codes that relate. But that's not the reality. In this situation, they're asking to change the number from 2 opportunities, which are already have been founded and set. And until that set situation, my thing would say, send it back. You know, my recommendation is it's set where it is. If you feel you need to put more in, which I think should be an open thing, it should be, we're in a situation where competition is the only thing that's going to keep prices wherever they're going to go. And I think in this case, my vote would be to keep it where it's at. And part of me just says, no, open it up like we have to the car washes. Make as many as they want to build if they want to put the money out there. They're taking money out of each of their pockets, and things aren't going to be as revenued set and such. But this is like, you don't even know where they're going to put it. And those things are big questions. It's not just what, it's where. And then it's like the comments that were made now, it put them in an inappropriate spot, and I think the notices should have been out before this application's even considered. And once everybody has a chance to digest it, think their legal positions on things, and the stance that the city has taken prior to this, it has other people already having made their investments. This is not a happy campers thing for me. It's just very complicated. And even though it's down to what Ms. Sullivan was saying, is just all you have to decide is how you're going to set it up for either pass it on with your approval or say, we suggest you don't. And right now, I would suggest you don't, because I don't think everybody had a fair rush at this, and especially the public. You know, this is firm, only 2, and then this comes up. So thank you very much for.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Question and if there's more public comment come up, but I just have a question for staff. So this is the first step. You have to make it legal to have another store, right? Would the next step beyond that, they would come in with a plan and they would need a special use permit to operate? A special use permit is required.
That's correct.
So there'd be another round of
Yes.
debating whether this would be okay.
And if I could really quick, this was noticed according to NRS and the municipal code, because it affects the city as a whole. Notice is posted in the newspaper. It's not sent to surrounding property owners because we don't have a specific property.
Okay.
I have
No.
a question.
Is there any other public comment before we wrap up public comment and go back to the commission? Real quick, I think you had 10 seconds, Denny, left on your time.
Denny, you're
not on
microphone.
microphone.
Yeah, thank you.
I can speak with Denny about how meetings are noticed and how items are noticed after the meeting, if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Sure, come on up. You have 2 clients, so I'm giving you a little more leeway.
Sorry
than-
about this. Will Adler, for the record, representing Silver State Government Relations. Reading the ordinance, just interestingly, it says curbside delivery, and drive-through services will be permitted under this section, right? And then we do permit, go into detail about curbside delivery down in that section. My question, or the trip in it is drive-through permitted in that ordinance as well? Because we don't further describe drive-through down. We would have to come back and pass a further drive-through ordinance to then allow drive-throughs. Or could it be just defined via your special use permit what your drive-through requirements are as written today? Because today it kind of reads like, maybe in the future we'll have drive-through if we fill it out more, but definitely, I agree with the curbside where it is today, but if we were to do drive-through, would we be fleshing that out more in this section, or is it just up to the special use permit from there?
We'll talk through that, or
Miss-
staff will answer.
Mr. Chair, may I address that?
Sure.
It's correct that the ordinances before you are somewhat conflicting in that regard. The request from the applicant that came through staff was simply to change prohibited to permitted on drive-through. And while the sheriff did comment that additional security and cameras would be needed, and what he suggested that amendment to the ordinance that wasn't brought forward as part of the applicant's request. So it is correct that those two provisions do conflict to some extent. In that regard, taking a step back, this is very similar to the legislative process that you might see at the Nevada legislature. Two people may have different ideas about, for example, what should happen with the open meeting law, and may present conflicting bills to the Nevada legislature on the open meeting law. In the committee process, the Nevada legislature would resolve that and come out with a bill that doesn't conflict with itself. This is very similar. There are, to some extent, conflicting provisions, and it is the city, the Board of Supervisors has obviously asked for the curbside ordinance, but the city and staff and the DA's office doesn't have any recommendation as far as the drive-through. It's up to the Planning Commission and your recommendation. You can either recommend denial of a drive-through. You can recommend a drive-through provision as is. You could recommend that the drive-through provision have the same restrictions as the curbside provisions, or you could recommend anything in between, really. That's up to the commission's pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Borders.
For staff, if we, for example, recommended Bill B to the Board of Supervisors that says we're okay with 3 retail stores, there's nothing in the fact that some civilian person asked us to consider this that gives them any kind of advantage over who that third store is there? Who awards that third contract? The Board of Supervisors? Who gets to pick?
So they have to have a state license.
So?
Since Commissioner Borders is looking at my direction, that would happen through the special use permit process. If, taking the hypothetical that one additional marijuana retail store was permitted here in Carson City, then there would be there would have to be a special use application to the planning division, and it would go through the normal process. And once a special use permit was granted, that would fill the third slot, and there would be no more permitted.
But is it the first guy in the door, or how, Mr. Adler here represents 2 other businesses.
And they want to open as well, so we're talking a lottery or?
Yeah, what I'm saying is how do we, just because one person submitted the change and we say, hey, that's a good idea, that doesn't necessarily mean that
Any one business.
that we're endorsing any one particular business, or, I don't know how the process goes after, if we take the step of increasing the number of retail stores, who has the advantage after that? Or how do we level the playing field, or do we care? I guess And I don't know how we get to that.
Somebody's got a friend up there, and that friend is going to decide who gets that business. Make no mistake. I've read a lot of the insides of this stuff. Okay. And the guys getting these businesses handed to them, they got friends up there real high up. And it's no question that's exactly what it would go to, because it will be chosen at a state level.
Commissioner
No.
Borders, I would observe at some level I believe there's only 4 permitted retail stores in California by state law. So if our numbers synced up with state law, I don't know that you would have the race to special use permit issue. However, off the top of my head, to answer your question, I'm not aware of any preference that would be shown one business or another by your action today.
I guess the corollary of that is okay, so we pass this ordinance and we recommend it to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors reads it and endorses it. And then the next month, we have 3 special use permits for the 3rd marijuana facility. Then is it up to us to decide? Or I just don't, I think we're in an untenable situation there. I just don't know how to get past that. Aside from all the other stuff, I'm trying to figure out how we do that.
Your observation is correct. One thing you could do, but doesn't solve it, is you could suggest an effective date for some day farther out, which then allows more people to be aware of the idea that we can take a third one. But then where are we? We have to figure out what order to put them in on the agenda. You get on the agenda, whoever's first, maybe you can make the findings, and then it's gone. So it's really unusual, to be honest with you, to have a zoning ordinance that limits the number of uses that you can have for a particular use. It's an unusual animal, is the truth of the matter, and your observation is spot on. And the only way I can think to maybe increase the fairness, fairness is probably not a good word, is to insert an effective date sometime out 6 months or whatever, so other people have the opportunity, but then we're stuck trying to figure out what order to go on the agenda.
Commissioner Preston?
I have a question for the applicant. One of the things I thought you said, and I would like to have some clarification, did you say that you already have a special use permit going in effect that is proposed for next month?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I can expand on that. So we received an application for this text amendment along with a special use permit application. The special use permit application isn't before you this evening, only because they had some additional work to do with their traffic study. Yes. So going forward, obviously, if it was before you this evening and you recommended denial of the ordinance, then, you can make the appropriate decision for the special use permit. Likewise, if it's before you next month as planned, then you can make the appropriate decision based on your recommendation tonight.
Well, the board has to approve it first, though, correct?
The board has to approve the text amendment, yes, but the special use permit can be conditioned. So if you guys recommended approval of some form of this ordinance, theoretically, assuming that everything else lined up, you could then approve the special use permit, subject to the ordinance being approved.
Okay. Commissioner Lloyd had her hand up first.
I'm not sure who can answer this, but Mr. Adler might be able to provide insight. So the process for selection for the first 2 facilities in Carson, I believe that was by state lottery, but can you describe that?
Yes. So upon the passage of recreational marijuana, Will Adler for the record here, the MATA said in 2016, we shall double the number of current medical marijuana licenses in the state when we passed our recreational ordinance. So when that came into effect in 2017, the state declared, or the legislature, because that's who was there at the state at the time, said those who have medical marijuana dispensaries will be grandfathered into also having recreational sales as well, right? So instead of having to distribute the first half of the licenses, I would say, they automatically went to those who already were medical marijuana operators. You know, cultivation, production, and dispensaries all got an accompaniment recreational certificate. So half of Carson's, or the first two, were allotted to the two medical dispensaries who are already operating in town. But prior to that, that was also known, it was stated and then declared, those other two were recreational only and hence not going to be in this medical recreational combined ordinance kind of thing. So that's where we kind of got where we are today. The previous allocation, or after that, was the licensing round where people applied in 2018. The state scored everyone, and the applicants were given an actual score. Essence Henderson and whomever Qualcan acquired were the two winners in Carson City. Essence was the first in the points, and Qualcan was the second of, I think, 6 applicants who applied in total. They were the top 2 point scorers, so they got the 2 non-allocated recreational licenses in Carson City.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eswine?
This is a question for either Heather or Hope or the attorney, but if we were to consider going to the 3 marijuana retail stores, and I really understand Chuck's question, could we insert a provision that if there were multiple applications that we could institute a lottery for choosing? Because I just see, how the order and receipt, or the order is going to automatically give it to the first person.
This is Todd Reese.
So let's.
Is that wrong? Shouldn't we? I don't know.
So let's go. Let's bring this back and approach this. Let's approach this one step at a time. So let's begin with the request for 3 stores. That being said, we can recommend it as it's written by the applicant. We can deny it. We can follow state law and just go to 4 stores, so we don't have to have this discussion again. Or we can do that conditional, that it starts on a certain date, or that it's some lottery process, which I wouldn't know how to write that. Sure.
Chair, and if I may interrupt, if this will alleviate, we are certainly comfortable going to 4. The reason we started with 3 was because historically Carson City has taken kind of a slow approach. They wanted to kind of vet these things out. We have no opposition from going to 2 to 4. We're not married to 3, if that helps.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Yes.
The other side of the argument is the other document we have. And it basically
Well,
just.
if we don't add another store, then the other side of the document, I mean, we're not gonna.
Not necessarily, because we were asked by the Board of Supervisors to look at this and make recommendations for it.
So.
And so if, the first thing, and I think I would like to approach that first. And the only exceptions in here are all these curb size requirements, which I don't know that anybody can meet, and that there's nothing in here about drive-through. So if I was going to answer this ordinance request from the Board of Supervisors, I would say that the curbside pickup requirements are unclear, and that there's nothing about drive-through service, and that we would like to work on that.
If I might, in that ordinance, it would be subsection 2C, the way that it's drafted, it says, except as otherwise provided in this section, drive-through and curbside pickup services are prohibited.
Yes, but it doesn't address drive-through anywhere else in there.
Correct,
So drive-through is still prohibited.
correct.
So why doesn't it just say that?
I didn't draft it.
That's what I'm saying. I would argue to go the other way. If the Board of Supervisors wants some guidance or some clarification on whether or not we can have drive-throughs and curbside pickup, then let's do drive-throughs and curbside pickup.
Yeah.
And do that ordinance.
Yeah,
And-
we can approach these. The applicant, not the board, was actually first on the agenda, so I was going to go for getting the applicant out of here. But if you want to go curbside, drive through. Okay. Go ahead.
If we're going to go for the applicant, let's look at the other thing on here is if we're going to go to 3 or 4 stores, I think the one thing that we're all kind of getting lost in the smoke in is that retail marijuana stores can only be in certain locations in this municipality because of proximity to schools, churches, daycares, all these other things. So we've got a situation where we only have a small area where they could go. So let's say we were to go for a lottery and put in 3 people went ahead and did it, and they're going to have to try to find a location in order to participate in that lottery. And so, I mean, and I'm sure that the applicant has spent a lot of time, already figuring out where an additional location can go, where there would not be any conflict on this. So that would actually give them a leg up. So that's just a statement.
Could I make one point of clarification? And Will, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there wouldn't be a lottery as to who gets these. It's by the state. And so Qualcomm is one that was given a license from the state, and then the other entity that Will mentioned. So it wouldn't be like a whole bunch of people lining up to get this 3rd location or 4th location.
Will Adler for the record. That's correct. So it would be between the two who were issued state approval or got state licensure. So it would be Essence Henderson or Qualcomm. The conflict that we brought up and is in our public comment is every other jurisdiction, Reno specifically on a big one, was they got 6 extra recreational licenses in addition to the 4 medical licenses that they'd already supplied. And they said, we only want double the recreational stores. And they actually had to take the state score and the number for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 and 6 in the state numbers were left off and were not allowed to open up their recreational stores. So the only way they could determine it wasn't a lottery. It was based on qualifications, deemed higher, and that was through the point system issued by the state. So that's, the previous, conflicts we've seen in the past on licensing. So it wasn't not necessarily a lottery, but it would be the 3rd between these two for sure.
But it would have been the people that applied for it in 2018 and it's 2023.
Yeah, I mean, nice quick process here, but that again, you're not wrong when it comes to licensing and locating these. They're quite difficult, and in addition to that, Carson City set certain regions as the only allowable region. So in addition to the specific, adjacencies and other, zoning requirements, there's also just specific regions Carson limits it to. So it would be a very, very tight, retail search for a property. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to come back and get the feeling of the commission on this, and we'll take the addition of going to 3 of these facilities. And I'm going to start off by saying my stance is I don't like protectionist policies that only allow certain people to have economic advantage. So, and since someone has brought up the fact that there's, one applicant, he's ready with his special use permit and he's changing the regulations and ordinance. My recommendation is where I stand is I would just say, let's follow state law and go to 4, and may the best persons win who want these permits.
Here.
Okay, so I got Kilgore on my side.
We go back here and deliberate if we need to, guys, like a jury.
Well,
We can go in
is-
this little
is
room
this-
back here.
Todd, maybe some guidance here. So is this a time where we would make a motion for that provision and then see if there's any other traction from commissioners? Should we just discuss this? What would be the proper?
I'm not even seeing a motion.
Ultimately, I believe that's the procedure of how you do it is up to the chair. I might recommend or suggest that you take one ordinance at a time and make the recommendations for that ordinance as a whole in one motion.
Okay, so what my motion would be, okay.
Will the Board of Supervisors see both of these?
Or will they
Yes.
see our final result?
The Board of Supervisors will see both of those because generally these materials or the Planning Commission materials are provided to the Board of Supervisors. Depending on the recommendations made and discussions with the applicant and the city manager's office, the text of the ordinance may change.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we go down the path of a motion, maybe we should hear from the other commissioners on where they're at, perhaps, and maybe that might help us gel a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, that's where I was going with Todd on this. So I know me and Kilgore are fine with just going to the maximum state limited 4. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. We'll get a feeling.
So can I jump in? I mean, this is this is a very special, unique thing, and it was a lot of time was put into it. It sounds like in 2018, and I think there's probably a lot of public. Although I don't see a lot of public here, I was expecting more public on this one. I just, this is I think if it was said because of the way our zoning is set up in the existing ordinance, there's pretty narrow slots where these can go. And I mean, I feel I'm on the side of stay with 2 and don't add, because I think there are some things in findings here that I can't find. And I was sitting here reading some of the things that are the findings. One is the master plan, and the economic vitality part of it is one of those that says we're supposed to, attract businesses and that will add to employment. And when I read these 2 letters here, I'm kind of concerned that if we allow this to become saturated and have these and have 4 of these, are we really adding to the economic vitality of the city? The second finding that I struggle with is number 3. The proposed amendment will not negatively impact existing or planned public services. There are public services that do have to address these. The police department is one of them. And I think by going from 2 to 4, that will have an impact on those. And I mean, I'll just throw in too, I don't want to be here when we're deciding on where we're going to allow these to go, and have, concerned citizens come in and say, gee, I don't really want one of these, near me. I struggle with that. I agree with you totally as far as the competition part of it, but I think this is a special case because of the way it was set up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in Title 18, because we don't decide how many Lowe's stores are going to be here or how many markets. But this is a rather unique thing, a unique business that does have strong community feelings around it amongst some people. So I'm on the side of staying with 2.
Many counties have limitations on a lot of businesses, specifically even thrift stores and pawn shops that they can have within their county limitations. So this is not that unique as far as that's concerned, when even thrift stores and pawn shops fall under those allocations. And if you wanted to, I know Will has all the information about how much the sheriff has to tend to these dispensaries, which minimal doesn't even describe. If you speak to the sheriff about how much they have to intervene with practices concerning the dispensaries, that is not an issue. It is, in fact, an infinitely nothing issue. I know that to be fact, and I know he has the numbers for that as well. So those two issues are, as much as I understand that those are your concerns, I don't see them to be legitimate concerns, considering that many businesses fall under that line. And when it comes to being, hard on the police station, the sheriff's station, in our situation, it's just not the case. Just doesn't show it. And the community, obviously, they're not here. And they would be if they were real concerned about this.
Mr. Chair.
But I think, should we? Yeah, go ahead if you're next, but I'd like to hear from all the commissioners so we get out of here before midnight.
Okay, I will say that I'm not opposed to the idea of increasing it to 4, but I do believe that if we were going to do that, that we should have a much broader public notice of that decision-making process.
Okay. Next.
Me?
Sure.
I'll talk. As far as the number, I think until we get to the point where somebody has made some rules or decided how an additional license is going to be awarded, I think we don't change it. I think there's too much other things going on. I don't even increase it to 4, but if we did that, I still think we need to find a process after we decide to do that as to how those licenses are awarded, and not just by the first guy in the door. That bothers me from a fairness standpoint. On the city ordinance side, I have some problems with their wording, but all I would say to this ordinance is, it's fine, just add a section F that talks about drive-throughs. Because it's not in here, it's non-existent. So if we're not going to increase the number, of dispensaries, then I would support the city ordinance with some rewrites to section E and add a section F. If that was, what that is. This one, the only way I think I could go for more than 2 is if we had some sort of a procedure or something that says how we're going to award these other 2 licenses. And I don't have a problem with 4 licenses. I just think we need a better way to do it.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Commissioner Borders, I believe that if we go from 3 to 4, that should eliminate the fairness issue. Mm-hmm. There are only 2 outstanding licenses approved by the state at this point, and going from 2 to 4 would allow both current applicants or awardees to come forward with their specific projects for your consideration.
Right.
So it would not be a first come, first serve, then it's over. Yeah, these are set numbers.
Exactly.
If I may, the aspect that there is not a competitive advantage or a fairness aspect when we've heard about a special use permit already applied for an already located property that is already literally the closest property you could find to one of our current dispensaries in Carson City, that is the other license holder in this affair, where they would probably buy that property as well if they were aware that this was a functional operation that would be going forward. We're presented with a change to an ordinance after we're already told they already have a location, they are already applying for it, and they already have a special use permit in place. So no, obviously there is a fairness and a timing issue here. Obviously, when the pre-existing notion was that there wouldn't be a change, we would ask for a time scale in, if anything.
Ordinances change all the time, and we don't know when. We don't know when that's going to be a thing. They hit the agenda table.
As a planning commissioner, you may by definition know when.
No, that's why we're here right now.
Yes.
Nothing prohibited your clients from doing the same thing as this
Exactly.
individual, so.
For the benefit of the record, as people speak, could you state your names?
Thank you.
Will Adler for the record, thank you.
Okay, so my count goes, I think I got 3 commissioners that want to follow state law, 2 that want additional conditions regarding number of licenses, and then 1 deny, stay at 2. I know. I'm just leading up to if we have a stalemate, if it's worth doing. Yeah.
Because the thing is I think that on, Terry Preston for the record, I think that on the city's ordinance in regards to the retail marijuana pickup, what I would suggest is that we actually defer to the marijuana commission that is already doing standards that are for the state, and that we initiate those state ones rather than trying to write our own, which may have conflict later. There. And then in regards to.
I'll agree with that.
So, okay, and in regards to the adding additional dispensaries, I mean, I'm looking at this saying our population base has not increased that much. And I think that there was a lot of deliberations when the Board of Supervisors allocated the 2. And I am really surprised that there are not more people here talking about 4 and the possibly 3 or 4. And so I don't think we have a good feel for what the community feels. So I would say keep it at 2.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief. The first thing I would say is on the city ordinance, I agree with Commissioner Preston and Commissioner Wiggins to follow state regulations on the curbside. I think that just makes sense. I would also say that I think we should be following state law for the number of retail stores in our community. Capitalism will determine who the winner is.
Okay. So I want to make sure I have everyone's input on, since we kind of went to the drive-through curbside discussion, I think we have consensus on the commission that we're going to hold off on any changes to that because of potential state law changes. We'll let that develop more through the state. Right. Todd, that's kind of what you said. There's potential changes through the state.
Mr. Chair, I believe, I know that the Cannabis Compliance Board was considering curbside ordinances. If I understood Mr. Adler correctly, the Cannabis Compliance Board has promulgated those ordinances, or sorry, not ordinances, but regulations. And I have not seen those. However, if the Planning Commission would like, I can certainly review those to compare it with the proposed ordinance to make sure there's no conflicts before it goes to the board.
And there's nothing in there about drive-through.
That is true. So on the
As far as
application, yeah.
the Cannabis Board.
So the Cannabis Compliance Board and the state law has actually updated to allow for drive-throughs in state law as well. Drive-throughs are a permissible form of sale for cannabis retail stores in Nevada. This sort of, again, was something that happened somewhat due to the COVID pandemic, and some due to tribal competition. Had a tribal dispensary had a drive-through down in Clark County. So it became permissible, but again, it is more rare than not to actually have an open operational drive-through. And it differs by jurisdiction what they allow as well.
All right,
So, yeah.
I give up.
Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. Commissioner Borders, I will take your drafting advice accordingly. Just to be clear, as written, the city's proposed ordinance does not permit drive-through, but does permit curbside under the enumerated circumstances. And I'll leave it at that.
However, paragraph C says, except as otherwise provided in this section, drive-through and curbside pickup services are prohibited. Okay.
You're correct. So they're
Okay.
prohibited, and then the except says that otherwise in that section.
So there's just curbside.
Just
Okay.
curbside is
All right.
addressed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Can you,
Mr. Chairman?
since we're talking curbside, sure. Just real quick for clarification, curbside pickup authorized by special use permit. So the language from the board, is that roughly in compliance with state law that you know of at this point? Or recommendations from the?
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to punt on that one. I have not read the updated Cannabis Compliance Board regulations on curbside pickup. When I reviewed them, when they were operating off of their emergency authorizations, I believe it was consistent.
I guess I'm asking because who came up with these, or what are these best practices from the marijuana guidebook?
Will Adler, for the record. As I recall, at the Board of Supervisors meeting, in fact, this did come up as well. What would be Carson City's requirements for curbside? And these are sort of Carson City specific additionals that wanted to reduce the visibility of the curbside, reduce the impact on other traffic goers in the same parking lots, make sure it wasn't over the as least visible as possible is for the intent. Some of the digital language about pre-orders and things like that are essentially what we do already for scheduling curbside pickups. You have to do it online. You have to use an online scheduling system. It tells you when to come in. And it does prevent overflow because we did have a call-in service in a couple areas that overdid curbside in Reno, and we ended up with parking jams and a lot of issues. So we did talk it out, and those did sort of develop as such. And I don't think any of them would be restrictive or in conflict with state regs. Those are strictly or mostly about ID checking, making sure the marijuana processings that we do inside the facility happen outside the facility, and that we do complete all steps of the sale correctly and under state law is really the detail of the curbside regulation on the state side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just comment, because I've heard the term state law quite a bit here, and knowing something about that, the state laws there, the state laws that were passed, legalized recreational marijuana, and it placed a cap on the number of dispensaries based on population. It also says that the political subdivision of the state can decide whether or not they want recreational marijuana and how many they will allow. So state law is not defining that we have to have 4 dispensaries. Thank you.
Commissioner Lloyd?
I just didn't put my hand down, but
Oh, okay.
I guess my comment to that is, or to some of this is, I understand that we don't have to, that we can comply with state law in having under 4, but I would still support following what the state law has recommended.
Okay.
It's
I'm a fan of
it's
gas
not a
stations.
recommendation, though, is why I bring that up. It's allow the political subdivision to make that decision.
So it's max.
But it's up to
Yeah,
4,
the ceiling,
correct?
right? The max ceiling based on state law.
I vote for.
I vote for.
My vote is 2. 2 until we have another public hearing. Yeah, at least.
Okay.
Maybe not. Can I ask a question of staff, meaning Hope? When this goes to the Board of Supervisors, would that be considered a public hearing as well? I mean, it would have to be heard and the public would get to comment, correct?
You have a noticed public hearing. So Denny was carrying a piece of the newspaper. So we published in the newspaper that this item was coming before the Planning Commission for a hearing. The board's role is to, if they choose to, is to introduce an ordinance and then adopt an ordinance. If the board chooses to introduce the ordinance, then the introduced ordinance is published in the newspaper, and the board will allow public comment.
I just want to say,
However, the Board of Supervisors only takes comment at the beginning and the end of their meeting.
I think they changed that, I think.
Yes, I agree with Hope. They've seemed to modify that, and they do accept public comment during items.
Commissioner Borders, I believe that's correct, that the board changed to ask for item-specific public comment.
I apologize to the board.
Chair, can I ask another question of staff? Do we know how many members of Carson City subscribe to the physical paper?
I do not know. Faith is here. She may know. She works for the Nevada Appeal, but I won't put her on the spot. Having said that, the advertisement is not limited to the newspaper. When we notice a public hearing, we also we post a notice of public hearing on the local bulletin board at the principal place of business, which is City Hall. We have it in the newspaper, and it goes on the city and state websites. So I appreciate if you're sort of challenging who's actually caught it, but
Well,
yeah.
I'm just asking in a sense of if we have another public hearing on this, I don't know that it goes to more people.
Understood, except for we have 2 reporters in the audience who I suspect are going to get the word out. I also want to not lose track of Commissioner Eswine's comment relative to the noticing if this commission's looking at 4. I thought that was a good point. The legal notice, the title of this item was fine. The summary did indicate it was from 2 to 3. And so in the spirit of transparency, you may want to think about that.
Get in there.
So you had your hand up. Go for it.
All right, so real quick, I mean, just for the commissioners here, I mean, I assume, and as far as I'm concerned, I know a lot of people read the paper and see a lot of that stuff. So, and I haven't been here very long, only a year and a half. But in the year and a half I've been here, when you see a lot of public comment come up, it's not the public comment that's here to support these agenda items. And I say that because when the public fills up in here, it's because they are against those items. Is that a correct analysis based on the last year and a half and prior when I wasn't here? That when you see a lot of people show up in here, it's to tell you what a bad idea it is to pass these agenda items and not what a good idea it is?
I think in fairness, a lot of times the public comes out on site-specific items as opposed to a text amendment. A text amendment, and we took a while at the beginning of this item to kind of frame the concept of a text amendment. So I really want to be fair about that, in that the public may see a text amendment and not realize that may ultimately affect them.
So you're saying they may not have realized that this was about adding more of a certain type of business?
They may not have personalized it like they would if they get notice of a physical construction project near their house.
So now we come back to the I don't want to deny the request for 3 because some want 4 and some want 2. But maybe, because this is just going to come back before us again. Let's be honest. The other gentleman who didn't request the ordinance change is talking to his attorney now to request he go to 4. And so, or the other guy who's not in the room is going to read about this in the paper and request to change the ordinance to 4 and put it in his special use permit. That was my other thought. And also going to 4 is that this is going to come back to us, and eventually the detailed special use permit is going to come up to us. So if we bring this back and we go, as a planning commission looking at zoning, does Carson City, can it take 4 of these? Can it take 3? Or do we just stop at 2? 2's enough. And that's what we're really deciding, I think, here. And so as a city, I think 4 of these sites would be fine. I think you actually lessen the amount of traffic at just the 2 places that exist. And you get rid of some of those concerns. But I don't think we have consensus on the commission yet. So go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and table it for our next meeting? And then that way, the 2 reporters are in here that can do this, because I know that my Sunday appeal didn't show up until Tuesday. And that's because I called the subscription department and said, where's my newspaper? And I didn't get them until Tuesday. And they said, do you want it? And I said, I paid for it. I want it. So, to me, I don't feel that that was a proper notice. So I know that as the public, I didn't get the notice, and I am a subscriber. So what I'm asking for is perhaps we go ahead and table the request from the applicant till our next meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Chair, if we do that, are we bringing back something for 4 dispensaries?
That's what I would request.
We just need that clarification, and I don't know if that's a continuation or new. I think we'd advertise as a courtesy.
Mr. Chair, could we get a new motion?
Zoning recommendation from the city.
So I would recommend that we go with, for the city's motion to change, allowing curbside with those conditions. It sounds like there was good consensus and the board wants that. And I don't have any issue with it. The drive-through provisions, it's prohibited. So that's kicked down to state changes and those sort of things. So, so I'll tell you what, in order to move forward, why don't we do a motion to accept the board changes first? Subject. Well, what that'll do is that'll take the applicant's request for total permitted drive-through service. That's out of, that request from the applicant goes away. So
How about if we adopt or if we forward to the Board of Supervisors their ordinance, and then we forward to the Board of Supervisors the other ordinance with the number left blank, or say 4.
they like to kick it back to us, though, don't they?
I know.
Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of an ordinance amending Division 1.20 of Title 18, Appendix of the Carson City Municipal Code to establish various provisions in marijuana governing curbside pickup under certain circumstances at medical marijuana dispensaries and retail marijuana stores.
And that one doesn't change the number, right? That just is the
I second.
curbside pickup.
I second.
Okay.
Commissioner Borders seconds.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Okay, so we addressed the boards. Now we have to address the applicant issue, and we could do a motion for a continuance, and that'll probably spread more advertising. With that continuance, we add that I don't know, several commissioners were also for allowing 4. Maybe I'll just do it.
Before you do that,
Yeah.
what are we gonna? How do we feel about the drive-through? That's
be
the other piece
determined.
of that.
So that's negated by what we already recommended to the board, because it says, except as otherwise provided, drive-through is prohibited. So
Okay.
that portion of the applicant's request is out, is how I look at it. Todd, is that?
I'm not going to take a position on that at the moment. However,
You have to consult your attorney?
I don't need to consult my attorney. However, I would seek just a recommendation, or not a recommendation but guidance from the board on what the ordinance that will come back next time should read.
Okay. Good.
2.
Number 2, the applicant one.
No, 2.
2. I wrote number 2 to keep them straight. I wrote 1 and 2, and I thought got it.
If I may,
Yes.
what I'm understanding from the commission today is that the commission's desire is to continue this application until the next commission meeting, and that the number of dispensaries should be changed to 4, which would, it would seem, frame the discussion that the commission's had about whether to stay at 2 or go to 4, consistent with state law. And that the co-location requirement should be left as is, and that the drive-through requirement should be eliminated.
Correct.
Can I make a comment to that?
What?
I don't think we can do that if we don't do the K section, well, letter K with the co-location change.
Let me clarify my comments. Commissioner, thank you. By the co-location, I meant leave the co-location as currently proposed. So as currently proposed, the co-location requirement is switched to say that medical marijuana dispensaries must be co-located with marijuana retail stores. That's, I wasn't going to edit that. I was just going to leave that as is.
So that's not, I don't think as a commission we were concerned on that. I mean, that's just nomenclature for, I guess, where you're getting I mean, one's medical, one's the retail store. Medical was started first. Now you just basically can have a retail store and don't need the medical. So that's what this is saying? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Preston. You had some comment?
Excuse me. Todd, I have a question. If we put this forward, ask that it be continued, it goes to the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors say, yay, 4, yay, medical change, and no drive-through. Can they accept it without it coming back to us?
They can more or less do whatever they want. The answer to your question is yes, but they could also take your recommendation and they could say, we only want to have 3. They could take your recommendation and say, we don't like it. They could take your recommendation and do something else with it. You know, what the ultimate ordinance would be is up to the board.
So a continuance just keeps it with us and it comes back, correct? The board doesn't do anything with it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
what was the tally on our straw poll of 2 or 4?
I think it was 3 to 4 to just not
Can we do it again?
Sure.
4, 2, 2, 4, 2, 4. Okay. Thank you.
So, I mean, we can,
No, that's fine. I just wanted to know where we were.
I wasn't sure. I thought Paul was a 2 with maybe some conditions. Yeah, correct. Clarify.
I said 2, unless we revisited this with more public comment.
So are you okay with the, it going to the Board of Supervisors allowing that?
No, I'm,
Or you want it here again?
I want it here again with.
With 4.
Posted as 4, we're looking at
Okay.
4.
Well, I'll take that to mean more the commission wants 4, as long as we continue it to the next meeting with proper notice. Okay,
And that's fine.
okay.
Mr.
Let's have a
Chair,
motion then.
If there's going to be a continuation, will you consult with the applicant and see if the applicant concurs?
And Mr. Chair, and that was also my recommendation, was to confer with the applicant on the changes to the ordinance as well.
Matt Robinson, for the record, I think at this point that's probably wise. We'll continue to confer with everybody and all the stakeholders. One point I would like to make, and I'm not sure it's really been captured yet, is and with all due respect to Mr. Adler, his 2 clients currently already operate stores here. So is what we're theoretically, on the fairness conversation, we're talking about one of them getting a second location in Carson City. So I just want to put that all out there. They have their slice of the pie, essentially. We would like a slice of our own. And we think that's probably prudent for jurisdiction as opposed to doubling up to a current applicant or a current licensee, just for the record.
True. Okay. Do we have a motion to continue this?
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this item to the July 27th Planning Commission meeting,
Okay.
subject to additional public notice.
So do we want to add that in there, though, that they know we're potentially going to the 4?
I would agree to that. I would include that in my motion.
Okay.
Indicate that we are considering 4 marijuana facilities.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
I couldn't hear you.
He's good.
Okay.
And also that we are not going to address the drive-through issue at this time.
I will second that motion and all the stuff he said on top of that.
Could we
Okay.
just, Mr. Chair, are we talking about 14G right now? Because we've been going back and forth.
Yes,
Hang
that's
on.
14G.
The motion is for 14G?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, then, yes. Do you need it read again tomorrow? Or? You got it.
No, I can figure it out. I just wanted to make sure that the previous motion, you guys went backwards.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that for the record.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Hey,
One by Commissioner Perry, and typically we want a reason. Do you want to reiterate that?
You got to tell us why.
Kilgore hates this, so we got to do it back. Okay. All right. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to staff reports.
I actually do not have a report for you this evening.
Okay, well, we know what's coming up next month.
I'll just mention there's extra sandwiches if anybody's hungry.
Thanks. Any commissioner reports or comments?
One.
Commissioner Borders?
I hope based on what we just did, does this thing, when it comes back to us next month, it's our amendment to the zoning ordinance now, not theirs.
It's still the applicant's on the record. The applicant agreed to 4 instead of 3, and the applicant also agreed to the continuation. The applicant's still the applicant. And as I think Todd said early in the meeting, you need to make your findings. So as you go through that text amendment, you can suggest modifications. That doesn't make you the applicant.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of the Planning Commission, including any matter not specifically included.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. This helps me so much, and I hope that the community appreciates the time, the thought, and the guts that you put into this night, the hours and all. And I hope people respond so that you can have a consideration from the community. I don't just come when I'm for or against something, but to see the process and then to show that I do care about your efforts and that this is all so important for all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I would just want to thank
Name?
you guys. Hello, Will Adler for the record. I wanted to thank you guys again for your time and consideration on these matters. And sorry, this was such a long and, complex issue, but you guys really did take it to the mat, and I do appreciate your due diligence and sort of going through the whole issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelsey Penrose. I'll make this brief because I'm very hungry. I'd like to go home. But I would just like to state for the record that Catherine Ardesco, the owner of Dark Will Emporium, blatantly, knowingly, and willfully lied on the record. She has absolutely been providing tattoos at her shop without a special use permit since it opened in May, which can be viewed right now on her multiple social media sites. And I find it very offensive that she so openly lied to the board. I think that issuing her a special use permit under these circumstances sets a very dangerous precedent because historically for tattooing businesses within the community who have years and years of reputable service, or not services, but time that they have put in, have had to wait months for special use permits, often at a detriment to their own finances. And allowing someone a special use permit who has been willfully disobeying city obligations to have a permit, it kind of sets a precedent that businesses don't need to get a special use permit until they get in trouble. And so I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. I think that it's wrong. And I think that everybody, especially when they're dealing with health matters, including bloodborne pathogens, really need to be looked at a higher level than your general retail businesses. So thank you very much. And thank you for keeping positive attitudes after being here for so long.
Any other public comment? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Amen.
Amen. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
There's no nays.